After Darth Pixelus betrayed his former master, Darth iPhonies, Android Senate was taken under control by Senator Googlius. In this very hard times, the foundations of Huawei Council was in danger. Their authority has gone to minimum. Not everyone was agreed with what is happening in the galaxy. The new underground rebellious formation was developing. It is known as Honor Alliance, a new force to resist of what is to come. As a thunder in the clear day, smartphone masters found a disturbance in the force. New promising young soul, Vivo Skywalker. Photopixels count in his blood was over the chart. Even Grandmaster Pura does not have pixels count this high. It was prophecies that this can be the chosen one, to bring the balance in the force during this dark times. Senator Googlius, known as Darth Pixelus, and his new apprentice, Count Oppu, was preparing their sinister plans to overthrow Huawei Council and strike them out of existence, and bring new galactic android empire to dominate every smartphone and gather telemetry and personal data of everyone, and control DxO mark ratings directly. Can their evil plan see the light? Or will the new force stop this once and for all? But no one have even thought of what the fortune prepared for them.
Being under the sanctions, Huawei Corporation uses a well-known practice and has a sub-brand known as Honor that makes modern gadgets for global market. Honor Magic 6 Ultimate Edition is their flagship smartphone right now. Honor never fails to deliver the package and meets you with stylish and premium unboxing. It looks very nice and design pleases the eye. Leather-like back, flat edge guard with comfortable metal material. A round sleek screen and corners makes it very comfortable to hold. Camera bump is not very large. Screen is very bright, colorful and responsive. Without bothering everyone with boring numbers, we want to mention eye protection technologies. Company calls it Honor Oasis. As you should know, all OLED and AMOLED screen has perceived pulsations and flickering. Long-term use can lead to eye strains and headaches with potential vision degradation. The worst for OLED flickering was Samsung and Sony, with the last being visible even without specialty measuring devices. And after a couple of months of using Galaxy S24 Ultra on low brightness, I started to suffer from dry red eyes and slight headaches. Companies that respect its customers' health try to mitigate this effect, like on Honor. It has more than 4300 Hz refresh, making it more eye-friendly. As for the hardware, it has all the latest technologies. Snapdragon 8 Gen 3, USB 3.2, 10 gigabit speed, Wi-Fi 7, Bluetooth is slightly older, 5.3. If it is even interesting to anyone. It uses IP68 water and dust resistance. So, in other words, hardware is one of the best on the market. As for the battery, it uses slightly more advanced lithium-ion polymer battery with 5600 mAh. The chargers with included in the box fast 80-watt GAN charger very fast. Also, it can charge wirelessly at 66 watts speed, almost 2 times faster than some other devices from the dark side by wire. Here is what happened during my tests. First time I charged for almost 1 hour, and I felt that something definitely was wrong. And it actually was. Out of the box, if you start charging, you can press this bubble and get into the maximum fast charging. The device can get slightly more warm, but it never felt hot and did not exceed 36 Celsius. Nothing to worry about. Here is the result versus Huawei Pure 70 Ultra. 50% was under 15 minutes, 80% under 28 minutes, and 100% mark was reached at 40 minutes. Very acceptable results. But of course, not that fast as for example Oppo, that can do 0 to 100 at 25-28 minutes, but still. Sony Xperia, Google Pixel, Samsung, iPhone charge itself for 1.5 and even 2 hours, which is unacceptable in my book. Let's speak about the camera. The first thing that will meet us is so-called Magic Capsule. This is analogy of Dynamic Island from Apple. We get fully functional face scan and unlock for banking apps, as well as some UI implementation, like notification on top, calls, audio playback and system apps. Nice! And here is a tricky but interesting part. You can see camera hardware on the screen. In theory, it should be very solid. The star of the show is very large 180 megapixel telephoto with 1/1.49 size, which is almost the same as Vivo's new HP9 200 megapixels one. But lens gives only roughly 60mm field of view, 2.5x zoom, which raises the questions, will it be enough to zoom? Because on paper it looks very similar to 2x digital crop on 1-inch modern sensors. How rational is it? We will find out during photo tests. And what impressed me the most, sound and speakers performance. It is impossible to describe. You need only to listen for it in person. No microphones can show the quality of the music that this beauty can produce. I can describe only as truly magical. It is not smartphone, but tablet and laptop territory. Not only the sound is loud, but it is very clear, and it separates every waves from low to high. Music sounds crisp, distinctive, with lots of vibrato and echoes. Every instrument, every string can be heard. I have not yet listened to the better audio inside the smartphone. I can call it the best speakers on the market. Alright, my friends, let's start this large photo comparison. On this video there won't be any Sony ZV-10, maybe only a couple of times, just to get a reference. We have already filled our screen. Not to get confused and overwhelmed, let's just focus on these smartphones. I feel that it will be more than enough. We have a portrait here, main sensor, and to tell the truth, main sensor is the boring one inside all the smartphones. It has 23mm, Vivo, Oppo, Google, and I find it kinda boring. I rarely even use it. I like ultrawide and telephoto sensors more. They are more interesting, you can play around with perspective, with compositions, but main sensors are usually the best one in terms of hardware performance. Huawei uses 27, the same as Honor. By the rumors, there will be new Nubia Z70, it will use 35mm on main 1-inch sensor, which is very interesting. Maybe someday I will buy it, but let's focus now on this, let's zoom in. And looks like Huawei has the most amount of details, while Honor is kinda soft. It uses some interesting tricks and computation. Look on the eyes. Overall, I kinda like this image. Of course, small details is not the strongest point here. Vivo is kinda in the middle, I guess. We can see some details. Oppo is the softest here, and if you look closely, it is not in focus. 0 shots from these specific situations were in focus for some weird reason. Look here, this is 6 examples, all of them from Oppo, from the same photoshoot, and all of them are out of focus. My guess here that they are using some kind of trickery. They are making multiple shots to simulate depth of field from conventional mirrorless cameras, and at the same time it tries to smooth your face. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but definitely in some situations this technique fails miserably. All photos from these photoshoots are just unusable, and Pixel is the most overprocessed look. Something wrong with the face, it is very magenta and pink, I have some weird spots, and overall image is too over-sharpened. And Vivo maybe is kinda in the middle. It is not over-sharpened and overprocessed, have enough details. It is not the most sharp image, but not the soft either. I do not see anything weird with colors, so it is kinda balanced in the middle, but nothing mind-blowing also. So, if we zoom in more, you can see those differences. It is a bummer that Oppo was not in focus on all of these shots. Google is the most overprocessed. I guess Huawei deserves more attention here, and both Honor and Vivo are kinda in the middle. Honor in terms of overprocessing, and Vivo in terms of being more organic. Here we have 2x digital crop from main sensor on all of them except Honor. Honor is using 2.5x on its telephoto module, so the field of view will be very similar. It has only one telephoto module, and it is very tricky and not the easy part here. For example, Vivo has one telephoto module too, but it is 3.7x. The field of view will be drastically different, and Oppo uses 2 telephoto modules, one of which is almost 6x zoom. So field of view will be almost 3 times the difference. We will find out during this comparison what to do with all this. But right now, let's field of view will be the deciding factor here, and what we see here. And in terms of colors, face is little bit similar on Huawei and Vivo, but Huawei leans towards magenta. This is definitely not true-to-life colors. Honor is using some computational magic, looks like it makes skin and face little bit soft. Oppo, thank you for being in focus. This time, image is nice, it has some warm tint with low contrast levels. And Google Pixel again is very overprocessed. We can see that we have lots of patches of magenta and red on my face, on lips, on ear. This is definitely not true-to-life colors. And overall image is very over-sharpened and overprocessed. By the way, Vivo is using vivid color profile. Both Huawei and Honor are using natural. There are a lot more color profiles on Huawei and Honor. Vivo has textured, and one of the best in terms of color reproduction, Zeiss natural. Oppo and Google has only one. Oppo uses Hasselblad style, while Pixel, I don't know what they were thinking of when making these 2x. So you get what you get on Oppo and Google. And on Huawei, Honor and Vivo, you can change color profiles. We will have dedicated section for the color profiles of these 3 smartphones. And the next episode, I will shoot a lot more in Zeiss Natural with Vivo. Right now, we will stick with vivid color profile. The difference is that it will give you very bright image, with lots of contrast levels and very saturated colors. This is a personal preference. I love to play around with vivid color profile, but definitely we will check Zeiss Natural a lot more in the next episode. So we can see that they operating differently under the hood. For example, Vivo was little bit soft in some parts of the face, but texture of clothes and fabrics are very sharp, and the opposite on Oppo. The face was very sharp, with lots of details, but fabric and clothes are kinda soft. So it is what it is. Let's now look at the telephoto modules. And now we are using first telephoto modules, the only one on Huawei 3.5x. On Honor, to match this field of view, we have to crop in. Vivo is using one telephoto module also. It is the largest among all of them. It has the same sensor size as Google's main sensor, 1/4-inch size with 200 megapixel. It is called HP9, it's made by Samsung, and it is one of the best telephoto modules for smartphone on the planet right now. Oppo is using first telephoto module also, 3x zoom, and on Pixel we have 5x. As you can see, the lightning is not very consistent, it was very windy, and branches of the tree was moving back and forth, giving us different lightning on the face. We will definitely look at more examples with more consistent lightning, and what I can tell, Pixel again with this pink magenta shift, everything is looking too funky. Oppo has this low contrast look with slightly warm colors. Vivo on this vivid color profile is very punchy, very bright, and let's zoom in further to see what is going on with small details. So, just pick your favorite. I will only say that Honor still looks kinda soft. It applies lots of processing, as well as Google. Everything is just over the top. Let's see some selfie cameras. Maybe for some people will be the deciding factor. I personally almost never use selfie camera, but for what I can tell, Honor has the best contrast levels. A very nice, well-balanced image. But maybe Oppo has better colors of the skin, and Pixel will be the most overprocessed. So just pick your favorite. So Honor is kinda the most softest, as well as Huawei and Oppo, but in very organic way, and Vivo and Pixel is both very overprocessed for my taste. Lots of sharpening is being applied. Vivo is the only smartphone on the market right now that allows you to control sharpness, contrast, saturation level in automatic mode with full HDR, but for some strange and unknown reason, you can't control it in selfie mode. So we get what we get. Let's move further, my friends. So, before we go any further, I want to mention color profile on Vivo. I will show you the difference so you can understand what is going on. All these photos. On the left we have Zeiss Natural, and on the right we have Vivid color profile. Almost in all my videos about Vivo, we were using Vivid color profile, and from now and on, I want to try and use more of Zeiss Natural. Let's quickly see the difference. So, as you can see, Zeiss Natural is very toned down, very organic look, little bit less of contrast, and Vivid is very contrasty, very bright, and has kinda surreal colors. You can see that skin becomes little bit more pale, with slight magenta shift, and everything becomes very punchy and very bright. There is nothing wrong about liking any of them, this is just your personal preference. You can use them in different situations, you can love both of them. Sometimes I have the mood to film in Zeiss Natural, sometimes I have the mood to capture everything in Vivid, but as you can see the difference is very drastic. It is like using two different smartphones. So in this scenario we will use Zeiss Natural, but after that everything will be in Vivid color profile, so keep this in mind. And in the next episode we will be using Zeiss Natural more. Let's compare to other smartphones. Let's quickly mention ultrawide lens. As you can see, Huawei and Honor and also Google are using 13mm, while Vivo and Oppo are both 14. Only 1mm difference, but image is tighter. On the wide end, each millimeter counts and will give you drastically more field of view. As I said, we will use Zeiss Natural on the Vivo, everything is stock, everything is default, I did not touch anything. So I like contrast levels a lot on Oppo. On Vivo we have the best color representation. But whatever, this is ultrawide. I feel like we need big improvements in terms of ultrawide lenses on all the smartphones. And now main sensor, the most boring lens on the smartphones. On Vivo, the eye is natural. I love colors on Oppo, with good enough contrast levels. Google why everything is pink once again. Kinda surreal, but nice job on Honor also. And Huawei reminds me on vivid color profile on Vivo. So, on Vivo, colors are a little bit more true to life, her skin is a little bit yellow, we have some green reflexes from foliage, not the same level of iPhone, but I like vivid color profile because it removes all these annoying reflexes. But whatever. So here we have 2x digital crop, and on Honor we are using first telephoto lens. I feel like this is the last time we are using digital crop, because video will just be too long. And what we can see, Huawei for some reason gave this almost like face retouching, Pixel again with this pink nonsense. I don't know what is the problem, maybe something has to do with white balance, but I doubt it. We have some more artifacts on Oppo, but overall image is kinda nice, very organic look. So again, in this Zeiss Natural, Vivo gave the most accurate colors, Oppo is very well balanced, very natural also, Honor and Pixel are kinda overprocessed, and Pixel being the most extreme, with least amount of details here. Not a bad job on Huawei, but something is a little bit off. Looks like it applies some level of face retouching. Now this time, we have to crop in on Honor, this is first telephoto models on all of them, and Pixel the most tightest, because it is using 5x optical zoom. You can use Vivo as a reference for colors, it is the most neutral, in Zeiss Natural. I will describe Oppo as pre-customized final results, with good enough level of contrast levels, and slight warm tint. Pixel is not bad, but please do something with these weird colors of the face. And Huawei is kinda nice, but skin looks too pale. Don't get me wrong, I like these results a lot, but I feel like we need dedicated section for color profiles only. So in terms of details, without large zooms, nice job from all of them, even on Google Pixel. Of course without taking into consideration weird colors. And if we zoom in a lot, I will say that Huawei and Vivo have the most amount of real small details than other smartphones, and it is not just over-sharpening. But of course, Vivo wins in terms of natural color representation. But colors are a very subjective topic, and most of the time, I like surreal, not true-to-life colors. It depends just on my mood. And most of the time, I shoot in the vivid color profile on Vivo. So it depends on you. On Honor we have some slight moire artifacts, this discoloration and weird patterns, but not like this is a huge problem. I love this representation of texture of this fabric, of this plastic part. Not so bad of the job on Pixel, but they need to do something with these weird colors. And here Oppo have second optical telephoto module, but it uses very dark f4.3 aperture. The difference between second telephoto module on Oppo and first telephoto on Honor is very drastic in terms of field of view. That's why we have to use 2x digital crop on main sensors to match Honor's field of view of first telephoto module, and then use digital crops on all of them to match second telephoto module on Oppo. Definitely it is not an easy task to make it fair, but it is not a fair battle in the first place, because of such large difference in terms of field of view. So we need to cut corners, otherwise this video will be more than 3 hours again. I want to make the full in-depth review possible for the least amount of time possible, so we definitely need to throw away some shots. I feel like we will still get general idea of what is going on. So if we zoom in, what I can say, Honor is not the sharpest phone on the planet, but results are very consistent, they are kinda soft, but more than good enough. While on Huawei, for some reason we see big jump in terms of image quality on this digital crop, of the telephoto model. Not a bad job from Pixel. The same I can say about Oppo, even better. Looks more organic than Pixel. But Vivo, it is just mind-blowing. It is very sharp, and not just weird over-sharpening. We have sharpness control. Now it is on the default 0. We can anytime tweak it. Very powerful telephoto lens. This is the main selling point of this smartphone, and the reason why I love it so much. Insane level of details. Even inside the iris of the eye. Crazy stuff. Everything here is just more well-defined, and this is not just over-sharpening. So distinctive texture of this patch. If we zoom in on the texture of the fabric, we have plenty of it on Honor, but for some reason face is very soft. Definitely something going on with computation. Honor decides that face need to be smooth. Here is the reason why I love telephoto modules a lot more than main sensors, and find these main sensors boring, because not only we can make beautiful portraits, zoom in a lot in the landscapes, we can use these telephoto lenses in these modern smartphones for macro photography. In the past it was possible only with ultrawide lens, which gave this very strange field of view without good compression. Compression is when background getting closer to your main object, creating this nice look. Your object has very nice proportions, it is not stretched out, everything behind is blurred, and your attention is focused only on what you want to show, without any distractions from the background. With all of them, it is possible to film with telephoto lenses, pretty close to your object. This flower is very small, 2 maybe 3 centimeters at max, except on Google Pixel. If I remember correctly, we are using 2 times digital crop from main sensor. It is a bummer that it is impossible on Google Pixel to have these watermarks, so not very convenient, but alright. Definitely something wrong with color profile on Huawei. Almost everywhere I'm using natural, but for some reason it has slight pink shift and very low contrast levels, and overall image is just too bright. We will definitely explore more of the color profiles of these 3 smartphones. So you get the general idea. It is possible to capture small objects with all these smartphones, but on Google Pixel you have to use digital crop from main sensors. Here Huawei has the closest focus distance. We can go as close as 5 centimeters from our object. We are using optical zoom. This is first telephoto lens, which is pretty cool. It will be very handy, especially in some low-light macro photography, where other smartphones will raise ISO. Huawei don't have to stress out too much, because you are physically closer to your object. To match the field of view, on Honor we have to use 10x digital crop. By the way, on Vivo we can go very close also. This is also optical zoom levels. And to match the field of view of Vivo, on Oppo we have to use 10x digital crop. The same on Google Pixel. It is hard to remember what I used here. If I remember correctly, this is somewhere between 10 and 15x, or maybe more. So pretty insane macro capabilities from Huawei and Vivo, especially for small objects, such as nature, insects and so on. If you will know soon, there is no definitive winner. On some shots Huawei are better, on some shots Vivo. They are very close in terms of results. But as you can see, going close to your object is not every time a good idea, because these lenses has very shallow depth of field. Maybe sometimes to use digital crop is better idea, because you will get more of your object in focus. And of course you can go even closer with these phones, but you need to think twice, because image quality degrades a lot, above 60x zoom levels, some smudginess on Pura, noise patterns on Honor, some weird pixel grid on Vivo, same degradation on Oppo, you just can't go too close, and on Google it is almost impossible to take photos of very small objects. And now I want to take a photo of the tip of this pen. It is very small, it will be nice stress test. So let's see the results. And just look at that. Pura from Huawei is actually mind-blowing. The closest focusing distance among all the modern smartphones. Honor is still very acceptable. On Vivo you can also go very close to your object, but not on the same level as on Huawei. On Oppo it is better to use second telephoto module here. And Google Pixel is an outsider. And even without zooming in I can see that it actually not in focus. So definitely macro photography is not the selling point of this device. We can see the textures, small dust that is invisible for human eye. pretty cool. To try and match similar field of view on other smartphones, you need to go 20x on Honor, 10x on Vivo, 30x on Oppo, and the maximum zoom level on Google Pixel. So, on Google it will be impossible to go closer. On Huawei we are using 10x, digital zoom, on Honor 35x to try and match field of view, on Vivo 30x, and 60x on Oppo. On Pixel this is maximum zoom level. And the most natural and mind-blowing image will be on Huawei, because this is optical zoom, of course this is the extreme situation, and the best case scenario. The same situation on Honor, lots of noise. On Vivo we have lots of hints of the texture, of the ink, of the dust, but of course not the same level as on Huawei. On Oppo we see lots of morphing from AI models, image very smudgy, and looks more like abstract art. And on Pixel everything is very low resolution. And now more extreme zoom levels. And now we can see that Huawei and Vivo are starting to look more similar to each other. But I still will give slight edge to Huawei because of these metal parts. We can see the lines from machinery production here, and the form of ink is more defined. Honor and Oppo are very distorted, and besides being soft and pixelated, I prefer this image above the abstract art on Oppo and Honor from Pixel. Yeah, both of them look bad, but this is closer to reality. And now last example of macro photography, this small rose hip. By the way, I'm drinking the tea made from this very healthy berry. I'm growing this myself, but this is not the point of this video. Let's see the examples of macro photography. Here is maximum focus distance, Pura being the best, Honor, Vivo, a very respectable too, Oppo we need to use second telephoto module, and Pixel being the worst. But the side effect on Huawei will be very shallow depth of field. This is how our nature is working in this virtual game. Everything outside of our point of focus will be blurred. While on Vivo we can see the small hairs and texture of this whole rose hip. But nevertheless, pretty insane performance from Huawei. To remove this blur, we need to move further away from our object and start using digital zoom. Let's do this to see the level of details. Here I tried to somewhat equalize them to get the similar level of depth of field, the same level of blur. Not an easy task on Oppo. As you can see, we are using almost 30x digital zoom, the same as on Pixel, and this is maximum that you can zoom on this smartphone. We have reached the limit here. So as you can see, they are somewhat comparable, but I want to point out that for general macro photography I find results on Vivo very nice. Here I can see better representation of texture and colors. This is not AI upscaling, AI sharpening, a very respectable result. Kinda okay on Honor, but nothing mind-blowing. On Oppo it was not an easy task, as you can see we have some movement in shot, and this was the case on all photo examples that I made. And Pixel, kinda meh. Also this is the limit. So definitely both Huawei and Vivo are the best smartphones right now for macro photography. In some situations Vivo will have an edge, but in some Huawei. For example, very small objects in low light situation, Huawei will definitely be on top. Now a little bit closer. Once again, I tried to reduce depth of field and blur on the Huawei. I moved phone a little bit further away from our object. On Honor I kinda screwed the field of view, sorry about that. On Oppo it was very hard to frame. On viewfinder everything was very shaky, and focus was very inconsistent. And on Pixel, we get what we get. This is maximum focus distance. So, as you can see, even further away, we still get some level of blur from depth of field on Vivo, because sensor size is very large, 1/1.4. Sensor size is the same as main sensor on such smartphones as Google Pixel, Sony Xperia smartphone, iPhone, and so on. So it is not an easy task to remove this blur completely. But I appreciate the level of natural details on Vivo here. All the textures and contrast look very nice and organic. These two shots are both made on Huawei. Here we are using 20x digital crop, but we are closer to our object, that's why we see a lot more natural amount of details on this small part. But everything on the background is blurred because of natural depth of field. On the second example we are using almost 50x digital zoom. We can see a lot more of this object, background, textures, but image quality degrades a lot, so it depends on your preference depends on what you want to show. Maybe some small part of the insect's head, maybe even eye, or the whole body. Because you can't close aperture on this telephoto. I feel like in the future we will see such stuff as leaf shutter as on Hasselblad lenses, and we will be able to open and close them to increase the focal plane and achieve more sharp image. So, in some situations where you need to show very small part of the object, small refined details and textures, Huawei will be just unmatched. On Honor we will get abstract art, on Vivo we need to play around with focus, on Oppo it was very hard, and on Google this is maximum. So very nice example to showcase what this Huawei can do. You can see on Huawei lots of natural details, small hairs. Honor is just smudgy, abstract art, not a bad job from Vivo, tons of details, but Huawei is just simply better. In this specific scenario, on Oppo I could go even closer, but it was very hard. With this lighting condition, look, lots of photos have movement in shot. Google being Google. So, my friends, some of you asked me in the comments what phone is the best for filming insects, macro photography, and I will say that pay close attention to Huawei and Vivo, and maybe Huawei will be better choice, because some insects are very small, and you can go closer to them and achieve more level of details by this optical zoom. So Vivo is very nice for macro photography, but in some tricky situation, Huawei will completely obliterate anyone on the market. So, as you can see, Huawei is very strong. And we are talking about not only macro level, but microscopic level of details. And I want to remind you, we are looking at this small rose hip, at these small branches, and small hairs. This is insane level of microscopic photography. So Huawei, for macro photography, gets Alien Technology ranking from me. Of course, not SA ranking, Super Alien Technologies. It is not there yet, but pretty close. Also, I want to quickly mention the ability to use macro lens. You can attach it via adapter. I used this lens a lot in the past, even on budget smartphones. I used it on Xiaomi Mi 9, and this attachment brought me thousands of dollars in terms of revenue from stock videography. So, can I use it on these smartphones and on Vivo in general, trying to bring it closer to Huawei? And here on the left, shot was made on Huawei, and on the right with Vivo with this macro lens attachment. And because of the sensor size, it is not an easy task. With focus, as you can see, it is very blurred, but I was able to get a lot closer to this small ring. Also, I found that maybe it is better to use main sensor. Here is 3x crop. You can see that we can get close to our object on this main sensor, and if we are using digital crop, we can see these small details. Of course, this solution is just a workaround. Extra step, extra headache on your way. You need to bring this lens with you, you need to attach this every time, while on Huawei everything is just built in, the most convenient and predictable results. So very strong performance from Huawei, just as it is. You need no lenses, no extra attachment, and this lenses becomes more and more useless, because the bigger the sensor, the harder to focus, and if we ever go above 1 inch, we will even get vignetting. Now let's test a landscape, cityscape, architectural scenario, ultrawide lenses. Immediately we can see Huawei, Honor and Google are using 13mm, while Vivo and Oppo are using 14. Difference is only 1mm, but we get a lot less field of view. For example, look at this part, this column, this tree. We are not able to capture this, both on Vivo and Oppo. So I love the fact that ultrawides are very wide on these smartphones. 14 is the maximum that I can tolerate. And without zooming in, I can say that I love the color separation both on Vivo and Pixel. Look, these red bricks on the ground, they are actually red on Vivo and in Google. Grass is green, blue sky is blue, with yellow sunset, and this blue tint on the metal. Honor is very processed, you can see sky is very blue, green is very toxic. I kinda don't mind this look. Some people find this distracting, but I'm pleased with both of them. It is just a personal preference. So it is what it is. Let's not focus too much on the ultrawide lenses, because this aspect need to be addressed by the manufacturers. All modern ultrawide lenses are kinda mediocre. Main sensor. Now Vivo and Oppo are being little bit more wide, because they are using 23mm. Both Huawei and Honor are using the same 27mm. But to tell the truth, I kinda find these focal lenses boring. I enjoy to use more wide lenses and telephoto. That's why I am barely even using these main lenses on these smartphones. Only in some rare occasions, and maybe in low light. So what I can tell? They are pretty comparable. They have slightly different colors, contrast levels. Vivo has the most amount of contrast, especially in this vivid color profile. If you want something toned down, with more natural colors, please use Dice Natural. And Huawei and Oppo having the least amount of contrast levels. So it is what it is, just a personal preference. If we zoom in more, I can't point the winner. They all pretty similar in terms of details. No definitive answer here. So no outsiders here. Maybe Google is too pixelated in some areas, but not like this is a huge deal breaker. I kinda like what Vivo does with textures, even in shadow parts, and on Google, on the other hand, I see lots of noise levels, so definitely it struggled a little bit. In some rare occasions, you will get this smudginess. Nice job, Vivo. So maybe I can give slight advantage to Vivo. It is more overall well-balanced image in terms of color, contrast, textures and small details. Feel free to agree and disagree with me, my friends. But I kinda see lack of colors in some parts of the Huawei. Not bad job from Honor, but some parts are too dark for my taste. The same on Oppo. I kinda like this image a lot, but I wish it had slightly more contrast levels and colors. And unfortunately, Google Pixel is just too pixelated. Of course, this does not matter on social media, if you want to post online, but we are dealing with flagships. That's why we need to be very strict. This is more than 1,300 euros. We are not comparing budget smartphones. And situations like this is the reason why I'm using Vivo right now as my main device. Lots of natural amount of textures, small details that are not drawn by AI, even in very dark shadow parts. But of course, overall, all these images on all these smartphones are more than usable. They have some slight differences. Just pick what you like. And here comes the trickiest and hardest part of this comparison. Look how drastically different field of view of these telephoto modules are. Huawei uses 3.5x, Honor 2.5x, Vivo 3.7x, Oppo has two telephoto models, one is 3x, one is almost 6x, and Pixel is using 5x. Look how drastic the difference between Oppo's second telephoto model and Honor's first. Night and day difference. So we have two options here, to compare 2x digital crop from main sensors with this telephoto model from Honor, or skip optical zoom of Honor completely, and compare its digital zoom with other telephoto models of all other smartphones. Not to waste our time and be more fair, I think that we will do exactly this. So you get an idea what the field of view will be, and we need to decide what compromise to make. I will sit here, give it a second thought for a couple of minutes, and we'll decide what to do with all of this. So I decided this. Let's try to use digital crop on Honor and on Pixel, and all other smartphones will use first telephoto model. It will make at least some sense, because this situation is not fair anyway, and we need to do something to continue this review. So let's quickly look at image quality. Huawei is sharp, but like in some textures. On the other hand, Honor is soft, but has plenty amount of textures on these bricks, while Vivo is sharp, insanely sharp, and all textures are on its place. First telephoto model on Oppo is very soft, 3x, optical zoom, and of course we won't mention Google Pixel, because this is crop from main sensor. It is not fair at all, we are just matching field of view. So I feel like Vivo is definitely a winner. A lot more small details and textures on all parts of this image. Like here, look, we can see the connection, two bolts, this small bolt in this ladder, so definitely not even close on others. I kinda like colors on Honor, and look at this, shadow parts on Vivo, everything is well defined, without noise and without smudginess. And now everything is flipped, only Oppo and Pixel will be using optical telephoto lenses, while Huawei, Honor and Vivo need to crop in digitally, and Honor has to crop in a lot more than others. And actually, if we zoom in, we can see that despite cropping in more, Honor is actually holding well better than Huawei. Purer is rules in macro photography, but in large zoom levels it completely flops. Image is just too soft, without small details, and textures are very smudgy. Nice job, Honor. Nice job, Vivo. A lot better job from second telephoto on Oppo. and acceptable results on Google Pixel as well. After the last couple of firmware updates, Vivo just became unstoppable in terms of zoom capabilities. The worst here is actually Huawei. Google is kinda pixelated, but still not bad. Honor is looking strong here. Now everything is plus minus the same. I pressed 10x digital zoom on all these smartphones. They are roughly equal, but as you can see, all of them has their own definition of what 10x means in terms of focal length. It is what it is, we just need to deal with it. It is simply impossible to control. And Huawei has gained second breath here. Now all of a sudden, image is somewhere respectable, Honor slightly more soft, but still more than good enough, and Vivo with Oppo are very similar. Pixel is the softest, but still nothing wrong with this image. By the way, I want to quickly mention convectional mirrorless camera. On the first episode, we looked a lot into the results of APS-C sensor. This is Sony's ZV-10 with general zoom length 18 to 50 mm from Sigma 2.8 aperture. On previous videos we looked at tons of examples. I won't waste too much time with it. Here we have f4 aperture, but image is still very soft, and this recycled APS-C sensor gives you lots of noise in the shadow part. So this is just for reference. Modern smartphones have defeated old APS-C recycled sensors from corporations like Sony, Canon, and so on. Not only in terms of ease of use, usability, but also image quality. So as you can see, we have lots of noise even during daylight in the shadow part. I won't waste more time on this camera. I won't focus too much on it during this video. If you want to see more examples where I compare this APS-C camera from Sony with modern flagships in the smartphone market, please watch my these very in-depth videos. You can find tons of examples over there. But right now, let's remove it from our competition. No point of it. So very solid results. Just want to mention some small parts like this on Vivo. But overall, I'm kinda pleased with the results on all of these smartphones in these 10x zoom levels. I just find some small parts like this more crisp and defined on Vivo. So let's see some more extreme zoom levels. Again, 10x digital zoom on all of the smartphones. Last example on this scenario. So really, on this 10x, I don't see that much drastic difference. They all look pretty acceptable, with plenty amount of small details and textures. Maybe Pixel is just slightly softer, Honor has some more noise patterns, but not like this is a deal breaker in any means. Very nice results. And now, not to get bored, let's explore some portraiture. With very harsh HDR situation, with sun behind our model, ultrawide lenses, Huawei Honor Pixel very wide, Vivo and Oppo little bit tighter, looks like Vivo and Google have the most amount of contrast, Pixel having the darkest shadows. But let's zoom in. And what is going on the face with this Google Pixel? Something is very wrong with eyes. So it is what it is. I feel like ultrawide lens needs some love from the manufacturers. Oh. My friends, please be very careful with dark side, with your emotions. They can lead to unpredictable results. Google Pixel, what is wrong with your computation? I want to give this to Vivo. More organic face and more organic grass. Feel free to disagree with me in the comment section, my friends. There is nothing wrong to have different opinion. You can tell us what you liked and why. Now main sensors. Without zooming in, I feel like Vivo does better job in terms of overall contrast levels. Dark is dark, bright is bright. We have mid-tones, while on others we have low levels of contrast. Looks like image has slight tint overall. Like hazy film is stuck on the lens, while on Vivo and, for some extent, on Google Pixel, everything is more defined. In terms of mid-tones, highlights and shadow parts, this is one of the most important traits for me. I enjoy it more than even small textures and details. Of course, you can apply some amount of contrast levels in post, but this is additional step, additional headache. This makes the whole image three-dimensional. You can see the volume levels, while low contrast gives you somewhat flat image. By the way, something weird is going on with Honor, Google Pixel as well. And let's quickly add convectional mirrorless camera, ZV-10, with 2.8 lens, and looks like image is not completely in focus. This is a bummer. The V10 kinda does this a lot, not only on photos but videos as well. Kinda let down, so let's just remove it from this competition. Some people ask me why I choose Vivo in situations like this over Oppo. Look, we have some small textures here, slightly more defined parts, but I put it way below contrast levels and 3D pop. This trade-off is just not worth it for me. Honor. What the heck? So look at this part. It is very hard to describe, but I can really feel the volume of this part, like it pops from your screen. It is three-dimensional. I can feel it, almost like I can touch it, while here it is kinda flat. And by the way, I feel like Vivo has the most amount of details on this fabric. I am not biased in any means. I'm just observing what I have on the screen. Nice level of depth of field here. Oppo, Vivo. These modern smartphones really can replace small point-and-shoots and APS-C cameras for general photography. Now let's use 2x digital crop from main sensors to match field of view of Honor's first telephoto lens. Remember it uses 2.5x. And without any zooms, I just want to point out why I always choose Vivo in situations like this. 2 words, maybe 3. Color separation, 3D pop and contrast levels. Image looks three-dimensional. Difference between highlights, midtones and shadow parts are very distinctive. That's all. Even if some of these phones will have more amount of details on face, this won't be a deciding factor for me personally. You, my friends, can pick and choose whatever you like. I make this video so you can decide for yourself and explain my personal preference while doing this. Keep this in mind. I am not sponsored by any of these companies. If I ever will get a sponsored video, I will immediately tell this in the beginning. I don't care about any of these companies. I had several comments on my last videos about this, so I want to move it out of the way. Definitely Huawei is using some kind of trickery with its computation, like it is using slight amount of face retouching, even in these automatic modes. We will look at face retouching a little bit later, because Vivo has one of the best face retouching modes in the game that is actually usable. Looks like Google Pixel is completely out of focus. Unfortunately, sometimes it does this. Now, first telephoto models. On Honor we have to use digital crop a little bit to match all the other smartphones. Oppo is using its first telephoto module, and without any zooms, looks like Vivo gives the most clean image, and I mean contours, light leaks, aberrations, and contrast level. The first here is Google Pixel. On Oppo sometimes we get these light leaks and lose our contours. It is a bummer, because when we zoom in, probably it will have plenty amount of details and textures of the skin. But it is what it is. Huawei and Honor are not the strongest here also. And actually I was wrong. Vivo outperformed Oppo's first telephoto, even in terms of textures. This is the most natural image among all of them. This is not just my subjective choice, this is objective fact. Now, second telephoto models. Everyone will be using digital crop, while Oppo will use second telephoto lens. And Google also will use its first 5x optical zoom. And I think that even without zooming in, it is clear as day who wins in this category. Oppo struggled a lot, and it didn't manage to acquire a focus, not to tell about very dark image, and huge light leaks from these rays. And Google has lots of artifacts. Blotchiness, noise levels, weird patterns, twisted and distorted contours. Very weird, distracting, and annoying. And look at these very natural colors from Vivo, even in this vivid color profile. And look at this. What is going on with this Darth Pixelus? Looks like someone was hit with lightning. Pretty lame. I'm kinda surprised that we see this level of artifacts in this price range. I want to remind you, I paid more than 1,300 euros for 256 gigs of storage, and probably will lose minimum $300 trying to sell this. And now, last time, I want to see the effects of face retouching in these very harsh HDR situations. Sometimes this face retouching can help you to restore some facial attributes, and Vivo is the most powerful in this regard. It gives you full face retouching, but you can control almost everything in this mode, and it gives you very subtle, very natural results that can help you in situations like this with very harsh sunlight. Both Huawei and Honor has the same face retouching mode. On Oppo it does nothing, and I found none on Google Pixel. So we will just see 3 of them. Woohoo! And what is wrong with Honor? This mode definitely does not help. Even more, it completely ruins the shot. On Huawei, yeah, it somewhat helped a little bit. We can see eyes and lips little bit more defined, but I find it too artificial and aggressive, like low-level Photoshop work. While on Vivo, it is very subtle and helps just a bit, more than good enough to reveal facial attributes. So, it does nothing. On the telephoto lens on Huawei, on Honor, kinda, yeah, but at the same time, not so much. On Vivo, the same situation. Full face retouching is very subtle. We see no artifacts on eyes, lips, nose. Everything is just very minimal. On Honor, I can see some artifacts on eyebrows and on eyes as well, while on Vivo, it looks more organic. Oh, Google Pixel, it's painful to watch. So my friends, I hope you are not bored. Let's see second example of a landscape, cityscape, architectural scenario, ultrawide lens. So we won't focus too much on ultrawide lenses. We are waiting for manufacturers to improve in this category. Just pick your favorite. Right now they are all more than usable enough, but not mind-blowing. I wish for more improvements. Here is main sensor, and I find this focal lens the most boring one. Despite most of these smartphones having 1-inch sensors, I kinda couldn't care less, because 23, even 27mm are not wide enough and not tight enough. The most boring focal lens possible, but still versatile enough to use in most of the situations. Group shots of people and architecture like this. By the rumors, upcoming Nubia Z70 will have 35mm, which I find more attractive for me. So nothing major and mind-blowing here. Please just pick your favorite. Maybe Vivo and Oppo have slight edge here. On these parts, we can see more inside, texture of the brick, and actually on Vivo it is a little bit more than on Oppo, but nothing that deserves our attention. Not to waste too much time, let's skip first telephoto lenses. We will only see second telephoto from Oppo. So difference is just in colors and white balance. Vivo is very punchy and saturated in this vivid color profile. You can always switch to Zeiss Natural. And I only want to say that this frame was actually very colorful and golden. Not like on Huawei, Honor and Oppo. It's just too muted. Also I have noticed that Huawei and in some way Honor and Google has this pink shift on the whites. And here, Vivo and Oppo have the cleanest image, without any weird distortions, with very defined lines. Now to equalize them even more, I pressed 10x on all of them. Every phone in 10x gives us slightly different focal length, so looks like Vivo is the crispier. Oppo is very similar also. We lost some contrast on Huawei. Maybe we need to use different color profile, I don't know. We are using natural here. This part again. Vivo and Oppo looks the most cleanest. And on Vivo I can even read this text. Also the texture of the wooden door is a lot better on Vivo. And I can see more information in the shadows, while still getting nice contrast levels. Here once again, 10x zoom. I decided to skip all the optical telephoto examples entirely. It was just a nightmare trying to compare it. Field of view is just completely different. It will be impossible, unfair, and will tell us nothing. And we have the most amount of details in the shadows on Vivo. Google Pixel also tries with its computation, but I see lots of noise and some artifacts in the background. But not like it is a huge deal breaker, because we are zooming in a lot. And we can see this metal grid on Vivo and Google Pixel, but Pixel looks more noisy and not so clean. Some hints also on Huawei. Honor Magic is very comparable to Oppo, but Oppo is slightly more sharp, but overall they are all kinda acceptable. Also I see more defined textures on Vivo, like this metal belt on this bell, but of course all of them have some downsides. And more than acceptable enough for social media. More 10x zoom, I skipped first telephoto lenses, 3.5x, 6x and so on. For the most part I will say that Vivo wins in that situations in terms of shadow performance and small textures. But this is not worth it in terms of spending our time. Let's look at more even field of view. All of them can reveal shadows, but Oppo is kinda dark, and looks like Huawei and Vivo are the cleanest, and Vivo can reveal a lot more details, while preserving more contrast, and in small parts like this, it will be a lot sharper than Huawei. On Honor I can see some artifacts in very harsh shadow parts. Here we can see that Pixel is pixelated, dirty and noisy, but overall we can see the information and get a hint and idea of what is inside. Oppo is kinda dark, on Vivo we can see literally everything, and parts like these holes are very clean, while look at the Honor, it tries to reveal these shadows, but has some problems with its computation. Maybe it is hardware side, maybe software, but it is what it is. Huawei is also trying, but little bit soft compared to Vivo. On Vivo you can control sharpness levels manually. Here it is default, set by 0. I think that you can agree with me that we can give this to Vivo. Google could be a nice second place, but it uses very outdated and not so great hardware. That's why we get what we get. I guess Oppo is very dark by design, but in reality it was not that dark inside this room. So otherwise, not much of a difference. So please use your own vision and choose your favorite smartphone. Feel free to leave a comment, make your own top list and explain why. It will be very interesting to read this. Also please pay attention, only Vivo and Oppo was managed to recreate this metal armature, its texture and its shape. One more example of 10x. My friends, hope you are not bored. Feel free to have some time out, some rest to split this video to multiple parts, because this video will be very in-depth, so we can eliminate all questions, everything will be crystal clear, in all examples, with all lenses, in all situations. So I hope there will be no argues in the comment sections, so everyone who decide to buy this smartphone can choose for themselves. I want to mention white balance. For some reason both Huawei and Honor, and also Pixel from Google, leans towards magenta. In some occasions Oppo leans towards green, and I find results from Vivo very neutral. And here Huawei is little bit soft, the same as on Honor. Vivo is very clean, and this metal grid is very defined. Also we have these small textures, these dots on this wall. Very nice job from Oppo, but we are losing some fidelity on this metal grid, especially on these dark parts. Pixel holds very well, very comparable, but this hardware just doesn't have enough powers to complement these computations. That's why image is a little bit more dirty, with some noise. But again, I am just nitpicking, because this is large zoom levels. I just love how Vivo works with metal textures. Everything looks so shiny and specular. And nice job, Oppo, actually. Not bad on Google. But these two are just better in my opinion. Now let's quickly, without wasting too much time, look at more extreme zoom levels. Now it is 20x. Only Huawei was not able to capture this grid on the wall and ceiling. And maybe Google also, because image quality degraded a lot. It is very pixelated, very muddy, very noisy. And I feel like Vivo has the best amount of contrast levels. Next example, 20x. Something is wrong with Honor's dynamic range, but whatever. Same situation with white balance. Huawei for some reason leans towards magenta. We can see the same on Honor, but for less extent, and on Pixel as well. The outsider here will be Google Pixel, with the worst hardware and the most mushy results. Honor also failed here with this overexposure. One more example of 20x, but we won't talk much about this example, because it is too boring, nothing major. Maybe Vivo will be slightly sharper, and Pixel will be the softest. So, nice job Vivo, nice job Oppo, Google Pixel, better luck next time. Let's move next. So, last example, and this scenario, more extreme 20x zoom, without more words, let's dive in. So, what we see here, Vivo and Oppo are the sharpest, Vivo being the most sharp among all of them, and Pixel is softest, but colors are kinda nice. They are all kinda usable in terms of extreme zoom levels, of course during the daylight. Alright, I think everything is crystal clear. Now sun is setting behind the horizon line, and before we go into the complete darkness, let's test some evening shots. Here is HDR situation, but in the sunset, very tricky lighting conditions, ultrawide lenses. So only on Vivo and Oppo, face is somewhat recognizable, and something really bad is happening with Google's computation. Also, Google lacks some HDR. Highlights are just too overblown. Now main lens in the same conditions, without any zooms, Google is just too dark. And in this test, facial characteristics and recognizability will be the deciding factor. And from what I can tell, Vivo is the only one here that has the most definitive face. Also not so bad job from Huawei, but we got some sun stars. Because of variable aperture, Honor is trying, but it does not help too much. On Oppo we can see the face also, but we have these weird contours and huge loss of contrast. And something is very wrong with Google. Look at this part. We have some artifacts and double eyes, double eyebrows. So definitely not a flagship performance. Or ultra flagship price. Unacceptable results for that much money. And if you think that I have picked the most ugly picture, no, I picked the best from the bunch. Look at this. On this image, Google lost focus, and the computation is very weird, blotchy and ugly. And most of my photos were not in focus or with lots of artifacts and problems. Here, I chose the best, and this best picture has double eyes and double eyebrows, and tons of smudginess artifacts, and very bad image in general. And please look at this Vivo image. Yes, it is not the most detailed image on the planet, but look how smooth it is. Nothing weird, no artifacts, with all facial characteristics. Huawei has some potential also, but unfortunately these sun stars can get in your way. Small shout out to the conventional mirrorless camera ZV-10 Sigma 2.8 lens. Here how it will look like in the similar conditions, just to get an idea. Lots of noise, we can apply some noise reduction, annoying extra step on post-processing. Looks like Oppo is not in focus. I love this smartphone, but I kinda get tired of this. Oppo, please, get your stuff together. Fix this via a firmware update. You do this too much, if it even fixable on the software side. Tons of noise on the mirrorless camera. If you try to fix this, the image will be similar to the Vivo's. So I see no point of carrying this piece of fabric with me every time I go for a walk. But of course, I am a photographer in my heart and by my first profession from my childhood. That's why after selling this brick, I will buy even heavier one. Full frame. But just for fun. But for general photography, just hobby walking around, I suggest to buy nice smartphone. I kinda want to skip first telephoto models, because it was a nightmare to compose. Honor uses 2.5x, Google 5x, field of view is completely different, so it was really not an easy task. I only want to mention Google Pixel. This is not a joke, this is not a prank. Please look at these results. Just pathetic. And you want to dominate the galaxy? No way. Quickly compare everything against Oppo's second telephoto, and Oppo does this a lot. When you zoom in, image becomes very dark, with only a silhouette, not only for faces, for landscape architecture. Google, are you okay? Not bad job from Honor, but mainly because sun is not in the shot. If we move our phone even slightly, we will get something similar. Let's not waste too much time on this. Composition is not equal for them, and results will be completely different. And now I just want to quickly compare portrait mode with facial retouching. Can it help in this situation? Slightly. Yeah, kinda, somewhat, on Huawei and Vivo. But on Huawei, we're getting on the uncanny valley territory somewhat. On Honor, it does more harm than good, and on Oppo, I never use face retouching because it does almost nothing except smoothing the skin, and on Pixel, I don't see any of this fun stuff. But even without this fun facial retouching modes, the image is just complete mess. What a better job, Google. And lots of weird stuff. I guess situation is just too extreme, too harsh, and too stressful for these smartphones to handle it. Maybe slight edge to Vivo, but still we have huge sun leak. Uncanny Valley from Huawei, Honor messed up with fake Boke, Oppo is too dark, and Google being Google. But I like how Vivo does nothing weird if it can't handle this situation. I see no artifacts, no weird contours on eyes, nothing deal-breaking. So my friends, we are getting into the evening. If you are tired, please take a little bit of rest, or maybe make yourself some herbal tea or coffee, visit a bathroom, because it will be very intense and long comparison, with tons of examples from ultrawide lens to very large telephoto zooms. There will be multiple examples, we will dive in deep, it will take some time. Because evening is the time when smartphones show their true weaknesses, their limitations, their ceilings, but we will push them to the max anyway. Also, these images was one of the first ones that I made with these smartphones, Huawei and Honor. They were kinda new to me, and I was getting used to them. I tried different color profiles. If I remember correctly, it will be natural on Huawei and authentic on Honor. I don't remember exactly, but one will be a little bit darker than another. Also, Huawei will get a second round in the next episode. Now, when I get to know the smartphones, the first section will be dedicated to colors and color profiles, the difference between them, so you can see the difference. But right now, not only in this situation, also some others, I noticed that Huawei looks kinda dull. Not enough color separation, not enough saturation, contrast. Honor is always the top, very saturated image, but I kinda like it out of the box. No need to tweak anything. Green is green, red is red, yellow leaves are yellow, image is punchy, nice white balance. Image look kinda nice. Vivo will be using Vivid. Oppo, its own Hasselblad style that has some slight green tint, as you can see. Nothing criminal, but you can definitely feel it. Pixel is kinda neutral here, saturated enough, but not so much, punchy enough, but not too contrasty. It is like Honor, but very toned down. And again, look how very white this Huawei, Honor and Pixel are, and Vivo and Oppo using 14mm, little bit tighter. This is just optical construction of these lenses. And let's zoom in for the image quality, small details, and textures. And actually, I see slight distortion of the face of this sculpture on Honor. Without zooming in, image is very nice, colorful, punchy, and so on, but it is very aggressive with its AI models. Also on Huawei, the same situation, kinda little bit distorted face, while on Vivo, Oppo, and Pixel, facial characteristics are preserved. But among these three smartphones, Pixel is the most pixelated, smudgy, with lots of artifacts in the shadow parts. We can see this as blotchiness and other distracting stuff. Very smudgy on Huawei. Image is kinda noisy on Oppo, but it tries to preserve these textures by doing so. And on Huawei, it is just too smudgy, too soft, without extra details on this ultrawide. Definitely the weakest link here. By not removing too much noise, Oppo tries to stay organic. I love brightness levels and contrast on Vivo, and Huawei, not my favorite smartphone in terms of ultrawide lens. Main sensor on all of them, almost similar situation in terms of colors and contrast. By the way, I kinda enjoy this Honor's image. Very vibrant, very saturated, and very three-dimensional. I almost feel all these corners, all these shapes, like I am in the shot. I like it, but for someone it can be over the top in terms of saturation. So they look kinda similar. Can't point out anything right now. Maybe on Pixel, it's just on the edge of being too pixelated, like it is not enough resolution, but we need to zoom in a lot to notice it. Not an easy task to explain, but I kinda feel roughness of these broken bricks on Vivo. And maybe I like textures on Oppo more on these stones. But it is just so weak and small difference with so much zoom. So just pick your favorite. So there is definitely some differences, but nothing drastic like on ultrawide lenses. Maybe in some part Huawei looks more like black and white, not enough color information for some reason, and image is very smudgy, very weird and strange. So nothing major here, only Huawei lacks some colors, and Google Pixel lacks some details, but overall they are very similar. This is first telephoto lenses, 2.5x Honor, 3.x Oppo, and you can see how drastic is the difference in terms of field of view. Let's quickly get it out of the way. And what I find, that the most natural image will be on Vivo. Look at this part, where metal was sprayed with black paint, and we can actually see and feel all these small inconsistencies. Also, sculpture looks like sculpture, while for example on Huawei it kinda very rough in terms of computation. Honor struggled a little bit, not bad job from Oppo, but image little bit soft, look at this part of the paint. And Google Pixel try, but image is kinda noisy and maybe a little bit pixelated, but overall not a bad job. A very powerful telephoto lens on Vivo, it is HP9, made by Samsung, 200 megapixels. Sensor size is very large, 1/1.4, the same size as main sensor on Pixel. And next year and above, we will see lots of companies implementing this new sensor. By the rumors, I heard that Xiaomi will be one of the first, and new Vivo X200 Pro will also use this lens and this sensor. It is on the way. Next episode will include this X200 Pro. Now I tried to use second telephoto lens on Oppo, but in these low light situations, sometimes Oppo struggles a lot. I will leave on the screen the comment from one of our friends on this channel. He is active Oppo user and left this suggestion. You need to go into the macro mode, disable macro mode, then go back into your desired zoom level, and this can fix some problems, because right now Oppo is using crop from first telephoto lens. In this particular scenario, I did not use this workaround, because I did not know that it exists. Maybe it can help you, but further in this video I will show you that I tried it, and sometimes it does not help. Oppo still struggles and uses crop from first telephoto, so for some reason this workaround does not help me in every situation. But it is what it is. I won't focus too much attention on this, because if this problem exists, if it is a bug, it is not our problem as a customers, as a buyers, and as a users. Oppo need to address it and make something with it in firmware updates. It is not our business to fix their problems. So biggest problems had Google Pixel and Honor. Something is wrong with optical image stabilization. Let's not focus too much attention. Once again, I love how Vivo represents textures here. This is not just AI upscaling. This texture actually exists in reality. By the way, I want to quickly show you how mirrorless conventional camera ZV-10 will look in this situation. ISO level is 1000. This was 18mm on APS-C sensor. And we can see that image is very noisy, very soft, and has lots of problems. So even at ISO 1000, image is cracking and falling apart. And here how it will look like on 15mm. Definitely these old sensors are very bad in low light. You need to do lots of work to make this image usable. Insane job from Vivo here. And by the way, not a bad job from Oppo, considering this is a crop from 3x zoom. But I feel like Vivo is winner here. More even playing, 10x on all of them. Oppo was struggling and used 3x instead. Tried to use this workaround with macro, but here it failed. So I even thought that Honor gained a second press. For a couple of seconds, it managed to trick me that this image is a lot better. But it is using some clever AI models. As you can see, in reality we don't see those rough textures on this sculpture, and those textures gives us an illusion of more detailed image. So for social media and online stuff, this definitely can work. If Oppo was able to produce an image for us with second telephoto, maybe it would be better. But right now, I feel like Vivo is a winner. It gave us more crisp image with textures that actually existed in reality. On Pixel we have some weird artifacts. What is going on with this stuff here? Something is very wrong with Google's computation. Look at this. Weird patterns, blotchiness and artifacts. I'm very disappointed, Google. As a last example, in this scenario, more extreme 35x zoom levels. This is the maximum that you can go on Google Pixel. On all of these smartphones, you can actually go to 100x. So Pixel is an outsider here, not only in terms of zoom levels, but also image quality. Everything is just falling apart, very noisy, with tons of artifacts. And here, actually, we can see that Honor is using some magic and tries to trick us with its computation, giving us an illusion of more detailed image. Also, Oppo is using very interesting technique. Looks like it is using depth mapping and normal maps, like in 3D rendering, also giving us an illusion of more detailed image. And I feel like it does a better job than Honor with its magic. So neither of them look good, but I feel like Vivo looks more organic. And if we choose the best method for trickery, Oppo definitely does a better job than others. And Google just does not try at all. Everything is falling apart. So, next example, ultrawide lenses. Situation looks almost identical, kinda dull image. On Huawei, maybe we need to play around with color profiles to find the best one. Honor is very processed, very saturated, colorful. To tell the truth, I kinda like it. Image is more neutral on Vivo, kinda dark and moody on Oppo, and somewhere in the middle on Google Pixel. So they all look slightly different. Different philosophy, different colors. Maybe Huawei is an outsider, not only because of colors, and image looks slightly smudgy. We have enormous rain outside right now, for more than 2 weeks already. Don't know if you can hear it in the background. Now we are looking at the main sensor. I feel like situation with colors is the same. Let's zoom in a little bit. And whoa, I want you to pay attention to this part, to these ornaments and texture. What a great of a job Vivo did here. We can see slight hints on all of them, but only on Vivo I can see these shapes and tell that this is humans' figures over there. I took a shot next day, look closely, this is how it looks in reality, inside. These small flowers, these figures of human persons. So you get an idea. So kinda insane performance for 23mm lens, by the way. Huawei, Honor, and Google using something closer to 27, with more zoom levels. Also over here, I feel like facial characteristics are preserved more on Vivo, but other than that, they look very similar, with slight difference in colors and contrast levels. Maybe Google Pixel is outsider, but not by a mile. The problem is noise performance, some artifacts and smudginess in shadow parts like this. Not like this is completely unusable, but just want to point out. First, telephoto modules. Google is using 3x and it will be from main sensor, because 5x is just too drastic. Field of view will be completely different. We will look at second telephoto module on Oppo next. And just, whoa, insane job from Vivo here. Not only image is very clean, but it became even more obvious than on main sensor. Kinda not bad from Honor Magic, but Vivo is just insanely better. Look at these human figures, at these flowers, at these branches, at forms of this ornament. Just insane. Crazy stuff here. Even these small parts. And this is not just AI over-sharpening. I want to remind you how it looks inside. Please look at these ornaments, at these figures, at these small parts. Crazy stuff. That's why I enjoy telephoto lenses. And main sensors, even with 1 inch, are not very inspiring. It's so much more fun to use zooms, rather than 23mm. Kinda boring field of view. And not so much can be done with cropping. So you got an idea? Let's look at actual optical zoom on Pixel and second telephoto module on Oppo. Now we are using digital crops on 3 of these. Optical zoom 5x on Google Pixel. But Oppo, why are you using crop from 3x? In this particular situation, I didn't try this workaround with turning off macro mode, but it is what it is. Oppo, please fix this via firmware update. Why are we buying flagship smartphone and need to have these weird workarounds that, by the way, sometimes does not work? Further down the road, we will look in extreme low light conditions, and even with this workaround, Oppo did not use second telephoto module, so it is what it is. I love this smartphone, but please, Oppo, do something with this problem. This is one of the selling points of your smartphone. Oh, I love how clean this image looks on Vivo. On all other smartphones you can see something on the texture, but in reality, these sculptures are very white, without this weird dirt on them. So this is definitely a true representation of what is going on with them. By the way, I want to show you what was going on with conventional mirrorless camera, so you can get an idea. It was kinda dark already. This was evening. The sun already did set down. And we can see lots and lots of noise. Image is very soft, because this conventional camera with 2.8 lens struggled a lot in the low light conditions. Image is not very well defined, with tons and tons of noise. And here how 15mm will look like in the same conditions. So definitely even in the evening, this camera is working on its limits. All shots on conventional camera were made handheld. You need to use a tripod to get better results, but this is extra hassle on your way, extra work, extra weight that you need to carry around. If you are not a pro photographer, this will be a pain to deal with. Oh, I love what Vivo did here. By the way, not so bad of a job in terms of computation on Pixel. We can see some hints of these figures, of these flowers, but hardware is just very outdated and not so strong. So we are getting this very weak performance, and conventional camera is just drowning in noise. Everything is almost lost completely in this noise floor. So I made a lot more examples with second telephoto module, but I feel like we need to skip them all completely and move on for the more zoom levels, because situation will be identical. I was not able to force Oppo to use second telephoto, and all the colors and contrast levels will be the same. I like what Honor makes with its computation. Image is not very true to life, but I still like it. Very moody, very stylish. I kinda enjoy it. Not so bad job from Pixel in some parts like this, but it has reached its limits. I see some noise and artifacts. Let's move further. Now, 10x zooms. From now we will go only closer. Feel like colors are the same. I kinda enjoy this surreal image from Honor, to tell the truth. Just my subjective opinion. It depends only on my mood. The same bug from Oppo. I don't know when they are gonna fix it via firmware update. I want to give this to Vivo again. More well-defined textures. Despite my subjective love of Honor, you can see that image is kinda soft. It removed some textures from the sculptures that were presented in reality, in this part, on the body. Not a bad job of Huawei, but image is just a lot better on Vivo. We can see the textures that were presented in reality, they are very crisp, and all characteristics of the face are preserved. And surprisingly, but I want to give second place to Google Pixel. Despite very bad and outdated hardware, it still tries in this part, and on the face also. But it is on the edge of falling apart because of noise, artifacts. We have reached the limit. More 10x. Situation repeats itself. I'm not very surprised. I love Honor, but it clearly invents details that were not presented in reality and removes some from our sculpture. So it is what it is. If you are okay with this, it will be a very nice device for you. But if you hate this with all fibers of your soul, this is definitely not for you. So I love Honor, but will give this to Vivo. More cleaner image, with textures that were presented in reality. Another 10x example, another time spiral, everything is the same. Maybe we'll give slight edge to Honor, but not like by mile, just because I see nothing weird here. Pixel has an illusion of more sharp image, but as you can see, it is very pixelated with lots of artifacts and almost falling apart. It just pushes it over the limits of its hardware. Now more extreme, 35x zoom. This will be final zoom level, and it is maximum that you can go on Google Pixel. On all other smartphones you can go up to 100x, but I kinda feel that 60x that it is maximum that I recommend to go, and 30x is the sweet spot. Oppo finally woke up. I changed lenses and tapped on the screen like crazy, and now it is using second telephoto module. Thank you, Oppo. Please fix this ASAP. And I feel that everything is crystal clear. Oppo is very aggressive in this large zoom level computation. You can see that facial characteristics are completely off, and I want you to look at these three results. They are completely different, and with each shot it gives you slightly different results. In the middle it is more extreme, on the right we see some facial characteristics, and on the left it is somewhere in the middle. All this on Oppo. So it is not kinda reliable, you need to do multiple shots and pick and choose the best results. Google Pixel is just awful, tons of noise, artifacts, and smudginess. No surprise that it does not have 100x zoom, because even at 35x it is already falling apart. Another quick example of 35x, more extreme zoom levels, and what we have here. So you can see what algorithms and computation from AI models does Honor magic, and Oppo as well. But sometimes Oppo, on these extreme zoom levels, reminds me of paper texture, especially on metal parts and sculptures. And I feel that you will agree with me that I can give this to Vivo. Look at this texture on the neck. It did not remove anything from the texture and did not add anything weird to it. Everything just like it is in reality. Also, eyes are not just blank, we can see pupils inside them. I kinda like this. But again, Google is very pixelated, with lots of artifacts. But of course, if we are not zooming in, maybe it will be more than good enough for social media. And the last example in this scenario, 35x zoom again, and I kinda feel situation will repeat itself. And I feel like the most natural image will be on Vivo. Nothing weird is going on, everything is alright with the eyes, not like on other smartphones that deforms facial characteristics. Something is very weird is going on with this Oppo. Looks like she came straight from the Silent Hill and wants you to go through your personal hell
in this virtual game. Oh, my friend, I know what you did. Find me in this fog. Repent of your sins.
So Pixel is, again, very pixelated, and lots of artifacts. By the way, on Vivo you can control the amount of sharpness. If you tweak sharpness slightly down, image will be more soft, but you will get more natural results, especially for faces and people. It will be more natural and organic, but slightly soft. I feel that this trade-off is worth it, not to get something like this with face and eyes. It's getting more dark outside, very late evening, ultrawide lenses. Slightly different results, nothing bad, but nothing mind-blowing from these ultrawide lenses. Maybe only Huawei and Oppo are kinda soft, but nothing criminal. Huawei is kinda soft in the corners. Some parts of the image on Huawei look like grayscale or even black and white. Not enough color information, very strange. Nice job with textures on Vivo, but whatever. Let's see main sensor. Main lenses, for general photography, kinda boring ones, but they should be the best in terms of low light performance. Let's dive in. Image is kinda grainy on Oppo, but in a good way. This is very nice technique to preserve textures. And also grainy on the Google, but in a bad way. Image is on the edge of falling apart, but still nothing criminal here. So nothing specific for the first glance. I kinda like textures in the shadows on Vivo. These light parts are nice on Oppo also. Maybe Honor is kinda in the middle, and looks like Huawei is little bit like water painting. So Vivo is the brightest and the cleanest in the shadows, and Google Pixel is just dirty, muddy, and very noisy. Image is kinda smudgy, not well-defined textures of this road. Also, once again, please look at this part. For some reason, Huawei looks like black and white, grayscale. Complete lack of color information in this tricky part. So all of them has some hints of this brick in this shadow part, even Google Pixel, but very vague, almost unnoticeable. The best job done, Honor, and of course Vivo. Texture of this brick is very well defined, also in these areas. Nice job. I kinda like what Oppo did here on this sculpture, but again, it is just nitpickings, nothing criminal. So let's sum it up. Very noisy and bad image in some parts on Google Pixel, kinda soft but well-balanced image on Oppo, also well-balanced image on Honor, but slightly cold image in terms of white balance in the shadow part. In the evening, Huawei is kinda strange, looks like oil painting, and some areas are very grayscale, like black and white. I just want to give this to Vivo, with Honor and Oppo getting second place split between each other. They are both very nice, but in its own way. Honor in computation and surrealism, and Oppo in softness and realism. Just pick your favorite among all of them. Let's quickly see the results of telephoto lenses. They all look different. Remember, Honor has 2.5x, Google Pixel 5x, and Oppo has 2 telephoto lenses. Now we're using 3x. Field of view is completely different, but you can get an idea of what you can get from the same place. Colors, mood, contrast levels. And actually, not an easy choice. From the first glance, I can say that image in the middle looks more three-dimensional in terms of contrast levels, micro-contrast. It is not just bright overall, but we see more difference in terms of highlights to shadows. If you want a definition of 3D pop, here is the example. By the way, something similar on Google Pixel, but we are on the limit. Image is kinda pixelated, but I am just nitpicking. Pick your favorite, my friends. Can you feel this? There is an illusion that this light parts are closer to us, and these shadow dark parts are further away, like image is popping from your screen. It is not very easy to describe, but as soon as you can notice it and feel it, there is no going back, so please pay attention, and that's why I love Vivo in situations like this. A very contrasty and three-dimensional image, while still being very bright. And lots of natural textures on these stone parts. Here, here, over there, in the middle. That's why I'm giving this edge to Vivo. So we get general idea. Let's see other examples. Second telephoto on Oppo. And now I tried second telephoto, but as you can see, it still uses crop from 3x. Here I didn't try this workaround with macro lens. So my friends, if you are an active Oppo user, please try this workaround with turning on and off macro mode. Does this fix your problems or not? Because further in this video, we will look at night examples, and this did not help me. But in this particular scenario, I did not try it, because I did not know about its existence. But still, even if I knew, it is kinda annoying to do this every time you want to zoom in. So I guess this won't be surprise to anyone. Look how crisp all the textures on Vivo are. Kinda the same on Honor. But we are losing some on these bricks. For example, look at this part. We can feel the roughness of this brick here, while here on Honor it is very smooth. We lost everything. But as general illusion, I feel like it works. And even with crop from 3x, I like how gentle the Oppo is. Image is kinda soft but still very organic. The same on Google, but in the very bad and sinister way, charging so much money to give you these results. Personally, I enjoy to use zoom powers of these smartphones, and this is the selling point for me, a lot more than even 1-inch sensor on the main lens. So it is kinda deal breaker for me. Please leave your comment what you think about all of this, but I kinda want to give this to Vivo, and will explain why. Look at these textures. They are not made by AI, they exist in reality. I feel this roughness of this stone, and also all these bricks are three-dimensional, while on other smartphones they look kinda flat. Like here, it looks 2D for me, while here it is three-dimensional. The same on Honor, but not on the same level. These bricks, on my screen right now, it looks like I can touch them, and this is one of the best traits that is very valuable for me. But Google Pixel looks like mess compared to other smartphones. Definitely the weakest link in terms of zoom capabilities. Now let's use 10x. All of them use crop from first telephoto lens, as well as Oppo. Anyway, let's jump in. So please pay attention and tell me, can you see the difference? Can you feel it? Honor and Vivo, giving you this three-dimensional look. Can you see this part? It sticks out of the image, and this shadow part, it goes inside. It is further away from us. Can you see this part? These bricks popping out of the screen. Can you feel like you can touch this? While on others, it looks kinda flat, like 2D image on the paper, while here it is 3D. I feel like Honor and Vivo do very nice job with textures, while Honor being more artificial and Vivo giving you more clean and true-to-life results, with textures that actually exist in reality. Honor is playing the guesswork, especially for social media. It definitely works. It can definitely trick your brain to believe that this is more sharp and textured image. By the way, let's quickly look at the conventional mirrorless camera 2.8 lens, 1000 ISO levels, 50mm maximum that we can go, and image is very flat, noisy mess. It is almost unfixable in post. Just look at these noise levels, kinda pathetic. Even in these very dark parts, we can see very defined and clear textures. And quickly I want to show you why I'm not using this conventional APS-C camera in these comparisons right now. Image is just too noisy. Even if we will use tripod, we will implement some motion on walking humans, on branches of the trees. So I feel like this V10 will be just a waste of space on this screen, disrupting our attention. It is just not worth it to place it here. Maybe we can compare it to Google Pixel, but definitely there is nothing inside this noise. Only sadness, only depression. Let's continue exploring zoom capabilities. The last example of 10x, and I feel like situation will repeat itself. So yeah, kinda everything is just the same. I won't tell who is the first, but I only will tell who is the last, and this is definitely Google Pixel. Last two examples, 35x zoom levels, maximum that you can go on Google Pixel. Let's quickly take a look. Oppo was not able to utilize this second telephoto. I have talked too much already about this situation, and I feel like that the defining factor here will be the ability of these smartphones to preserve facial characteristics. Looks like all of them do something weird with this face, except the Vivo. Image is just cleaner, without any weird distortions. Maybe something similar is on Google Pixel, but image is just too bad because of small cheap sensors that they are using on this device. Last example here, 35x, maximum on Google Pixel, and we can see that it struggled a lot. Image is just too bad, with some movement in shot, and this movement was preserved almost on all photos. I just picked the best among them. Oppo. Alright, you put this on yourself, and I feel like the cleanest image will be on Vivo. Honor is trying, but it is a little bit too aggressive with its AI drawing. But I will take this image any day of the week, rather than this Google's nonsense. Hope you are not bored, my Earthling friends. Let's move our attention a little bit and look at the selfie cameras. Alright, not an easy task. Maybe I love colors of Honor more, and definitely Google Pixel is the worst. Something is way off with colors on my skin, everything is just very overprocessed, oversharpened, shadows are crushed, definitely an outsider. I kinda like Vivo here, but I wish it has an ability to control sharpness levels, the same as you can do on other lenses. Vivo, I'm not asking, I am demanding you, please add this feature. Vivo X200 Pro is on the way here, we will look on it in the next episodes. Maybe they have already fixed everything, but I want to give slight edge to Oppo here, not by a mile, it is just a personal preference. If I could control the sharpness levels and set it slightly to minus, I would give this to Vivo, but right now, Oppo is more organic. And let's turn off the lights and introduce some darkness in our lives, bringing the night in our heart. All smartphones are using their built-in flash, they lit up the screen, and even without zooming in, I feel like Google Pixel is just an outsider. Very weird colors of the face, everything is just too overprocessed. Kinda hard to give an opinion, they all look not bad, but in their own way. I just wish we can control sharpness on Vivo, but I like Huawei, Honor is also nice, maybe only slightly yellow and green colors over here. I want to give the edge to Huawei, to me it looks more organic, but I love contrast levels on Honor and Vivo. We will talk with you when you add ability to control sharpness levels. Come back when you fix it. And Google Pixel, the worst performer here. Now when darkness comes to night, let's explore some low-light photography, night mode, in these very dim conditions. Let's quickly start with ultrawide lens. We are using a vivid color profile on Vivo. Huawei and Honor, one of them is using natural and one authentic. I don't remember which, but one should be more dark and moody than another. Sometimes in this vivid color profile, Vivo can overexpose some small parts of the image, we need to be very careful with it. But right now, what I can tell, that Google is doing this, while still being kinda dark. Definitely this is huge limitations. On hardware side with this Google, I kinda like Oppo, but it is a little bit too dark, it was not like this in reality. I like that three of them have preserved little bit of texture of this roll. So just pick your favorite, nothing mind-blowing here, and nothing to latch on. So let's not waste too much time on this ultrawide. I see more textures of the brick on this part. Let's just move further. Now main lens. Also let's add mirrorless camera, ZV-10, just to quickly see the difference. We won't focus too much on it. And I caught Vivo by hand. We are using vivid color profile here, and sometimes, in very harsh highlight situations, it can give you overexposure. So if you want to avoid this, try to use Zeiss Natural, or still use vivid color profile, but move brightness slider a little bit down. Also Google Pixel is goofing around with our wallets, very expensive smartphone, but still we have bad noise performance with lots of overexposure. And conventional camera is just drowning in noise. Without more zoom levels, I kinda love this Honor Magic image, very three-dimensional. Definitely something went wrong with Vivo over here, but sometimes this happens. Whatever. Oh, such a noisy image from Sony. On the edge of being overexposed also. ISO is only 1600, but we already are drowning. Image is cracking apart. I kinda want to give this to Honor. Next episode, I will definitely use another color profile. Zeiss Natural for Vivo, and we'll see what we will use in Huawei. I will play around with them and look at the contrast levels and colors. We will choose the best, and we will use them in the next one. ZV-10. So bad. So bad noise. Now second telephoto examples. I guess that Huawei is using authentic color profile. It is more dark. Vivo again. Vivid. We will quickly take a look at ZV-10 APS-C camera and we'll remove it from our competition. A waste of space on our screen. You can see the difference in the field of view because they are using different focal distance. Honor something similar to 68mm, but I feel like it more like 60, and Google Pixel will be twice as much. Of course, it is not apples to apples, but we are not comparing fruits. We get what we get from these lenses and need to do something with it. Just want to quickly point out on Vivos, look at this grid on the windows and textures overall. I love this telephoto module. It is very powerful, and I am glad that they are adding this to Vivo X200 Pro. I wish all these powerful modules were included in the more budget options for people to capture their memories, their families. It will be so nice, because right now they are using very outdated technology inside iPhones, Google Pixels, Samsungs, and so on. So, as you can see, mirrorless camera is full of noise, some highlights are on the edge of being overexposed, image overall is kinda soft. It is not worth it to compare it to this nonsense. Let's remove it. So, right now let's look at the more fair example with similar field of view and focal distance. Now we are using a 6x digital zoom, second telephoto on Oppo, and actually it woke up without me kicking it in the butt. All other smartphones need to use slightly more digital crop to match field of view of Oppo. And looks like it does not help too much, but all of these images are more than usable. Even Google Pixel, despite being a little bit too pixelated. Some contours are very rough if you look very close. We see the grid on these windows on all of them. So nothing too major, kinda all of them get a check mark. Maybe textures are slightly more crisp on Vivo. Let's not waste too much time on this shot and move to the next slide. And now let's stress them out equally. 10x digital zoom on all of them. And Oppo, wake up! Finally it uses second telephoto module. And who is the best in terms of details? Let's dive in. And what we can see? They all kinda look not so much more different from each other, but I want to point out the Vivo here. More defined lines, more defined edges and textures. For example, look at this lantern and on this grid on the windows. Those edges and details are more crisp and textures are very natural. Nothing funky, nothing wonky. Just a representation of reality, without weird stuff. Also look at this wall. On Huawei and Honor it is just too smooth, and we lost some details and textures, while on Vivo it is manages to preserve everything. On the wall, these lines, these dots, and quick shout out to the Oppo and Google, despite being soft, they still manage to preserve some and give us hints of what is going on. Now a little bit more extreme 35x zoom, maximum that we can go on Google Pixel. Can any of this smartphone give us something usable? And I feel like Vivo wins here, without any doubts. I picked the best photos among them all. I made more than 5 on each smartphone. It was very hard to balance it on Google Pixel. Everything was shaky, was moving back and forth, up and down, and despite being very bad, this is actually the best results among multiple photos. Another example, another extreme 35x zoom, maximum on Google Pixel. After the last couple of firmware updates, Oppo used some magic and trickery with its AI models to give you more sharp and defined image on large zooms. And I find results hit and miss. Sometimes it is very weird, very distorted, but sometimes it can trick you into the thinking that you get better image with modified edges and textures. In this particular situation, it is managed to trick our perception, but sometimes metal and stone textures look like they made from paper. But again, it depends on situation. Neither of them look too nice. Maybe Honor is an outsider, Pixel is very pixelated. Last example on this scene, 35x maximum Google Pixel, and even without zooming in, I will give the win to Vivo and Oppo together. As I told you, sometimes it is hit and miss with Oppo, but in this particular situation, I love how it rendered this crack, but I love the brick more on Vivo. So definitely not all these textures were presented in reality, but it can trick our perception, so I kinda don't care. That's why I'm giving this win to Oppo and Vivo. All other smartphones are outsiders in their own way. Now I want to test night mode and text readability on large zooms. Here we have small sign in the distance. We will zoom in on it. Of course, I'm not expecting general main zoom lens. To be able to have readable text on this small sign, we will just start from it. Looks like the softest image is on Google. On Honor, form of this dog on this sign is somewhat distorted. So kinda nothing drastic here. Maybe only Google is soft, without a texture on subjects like trees and objects like metal. But let's not waste too much time on this shot. Let's go straight to the second telephoto on Oppo, and no, I could not make it to use second telephoto module. For some reason it's stuck using crop from 3x, but whatever. For the first glance, Vivo looks the softest, but actually it is the cleanest result. Both shape of this dog and the text that says that walking with dogs prohibited, выгул собак запрещен. This text is just very clean, without any distortion. The best result among all of them, not even close. Looks like Honor Magic is the most crisp, but this is just an illusion. It uses AI models to give these fake details, and everything looks very artificial, with details that are not presented in reality. On Huawei this text is almost unreadable. On Honor you can read this, but it is very dirty, very hard. On Oppo and on Google the top text is almost impossible to read. Definitely Vivo wins without a doubt. Now let's see 10x. Without wasting too much time, let's zoom in on Oppo. Again, I tried to poke it with the stick, but for some reason it keeps using 3x. Whatever. So again, the cleanest image is on Vivo. I can very clearly read this text, top part, bottom part. I kinda can't read anything on Huawei. On Honor, it is possible to read this text, but everything is just very distorted. Oppo, yes, I'm looking at you. I think that you know your problems. Now quickly fix it via firmware update. And on Google, actually, it is possible to read this text, but image is very low quality, like it is operating on its limits. Very, very poor performance. But again, I feel like text is more readable than on Honor. A lot more straight lines, with defined forms. And now more Extreme 30x, I was able to slap the Oppo to wake up, and now it uses second telephoto module. But it was kinda pain in the butt, trying to get something usable out of it. And as you can see, most of the time it kept using first telephoto module. So sorry my friend, I don't have that much patience to waste my time on trying to make it work. Look at this example, it is even worse, so I chose the best result among the bunch. Keep this in mind, and now look at the results. And we'll give this to Vivo, obviously. Maybe second place will be Google Pixel, but still, I feel it is not even close, more like fourth place. And other smartphones has a lot of problems too. Maybe you can try and read it on Honor, but everything is just way too distorted. On Huawei, maybe this prohibited sign, and top text is just too smudgy. And obviously, Oppo will be the last place. Not only the image quality is not so nice, but it was a pain trying to make something usable out of it. Maybe next time, Oppo. So night mode, ultrawide lens, Cityscape with lots of artificial lightning, city lanterns, with very atrocious colors and lots of yellow tint. Can smartphones handle it? What will be the behavior of lens flares and overall performance in low light? Let's dive in. Without more zooms, I will say that Huawei has this very weird lens flares and light leaks, kinda distracting, and maybe Vivo and Google are the cleanest. So look closely, maybe you can spot something unusual. The best text is on Vivo and Oppo in this situation. Google has very overexposed highlights. Huawei also in this part. Kinda nice job on Pixel on the grass. So nothing to look for in these ultrawide shots. Maybe a couple of quirks, but overall, let's not waste too much time. Now main lens. Vivo has this option to make the sky dark blue. Some people don't like it, but I find results very nice, and this option is by default on my device, always. And by the way, in reality, the sky was deep dark blue, not just pure black. Huawei has these strange light flares, again, kinda distracting, and this time Google also, on the main lens, has this weird lens flares. So can we spot drastic difference here? Looks like Vivo is more well defined, more sharp edges and textures. Also let's add this nonsense of a camera, APS-C ZV-10 with very expensive Sigma 2.8 lens, just for the reference, and get an idea that camera manufacturers are ripping off customers and milking their wallets with expensive recycled old cameras. That gives us mediocre results in tricky lighting conditions. You can just simply look at these noise patterns. So as you can see, image is very noisy, very soft, ISO level is 3200, and the image is already falling apart. It falls miserably. So I see no point of carrying this brick around with me every time I go for a walk. Also I don't want to look at this, because it kinda saddens me. So, that's better. So, I like what Vivo does here. We can see different shades of green on this grass. Color separation is on top. I love these results. Some parts are green, some are emerald, some are yellow. Very cool. This is one of the most important traits in modern smartphones that I like. It separates it with budget options and shortens the gap between conventional cameras. And in some situations, like with this recycled ZV-10, even beats it. Let's go straight to 6x zoom. Sorry Oppo users, I just could not make it to work with second telephoto lens. I pressed this freaking macro mode, go back and forth, wiggled zoom wheel, went to night mode, out of night mode. Just nothing helped me. Please make a collective email to Oppo to fix this problem. I feel like this is not a bug, this is their intentions. Let's not waste too much time on it. So, can you spot anything unusual in this situation without me pointing it out? Look closely. I think that no words needed. Just look at the mid Vivo with its ultra zoom powers. It is not even close. Image is so clean. Everything is well defined. These windows, these textures, lines. Crazy performance. Here is for reference APS-C camera, 3200 ISO levels. So, as you can see, image is very noisy, very soft, on the edge of falling apart miserably. You need to apply tons of noise reduction, sharpening, and maybe even AI rescaling. And guess what you will get in the end? Something similar to smartphone, or maybe even worse. So what's the point of using this nonsense? By the way, lens alone costs $700. Let's just remove it. Crazy stuff. Vivo was able to preserve the texture of these mind and crowd control technologies that is constantly affect people with pulsations. So nice, well-defined lines. These concrete parts. You can even see these wires. Second example, is something is drastically different? I guess not. Even without zooming in, Google is almost falling apart. Lots of noise levels and artifacts. Last example, more drastic 10x zoom. Can BBK gods of luck bless us with second telephoto module on Oppo? No, they not. Alright, let's zoom in. Alright, Vivo wins. Let's not even pretend. It is impossible to find anything to compare with this performance. Maybe Huawei is second place, Google Pixel tries, but again, hardware is just awful. Here mind control technology, with modern gadgets inside everyone's pocket. Very well-defined textures on Vivo. So it was intense. I hope you are not bored. Please hold with me, my friends. Let's have a break, look at the selfie cameras, night portraiture, and then look at the last result in our photo comparison. After that, we will look at video examples. Stay with me, my friends, and let's find out who are making the best selfie. I feel like Google Pixel is the worst. Something went wrong with Oppo, and by the way, I made multiple shots I will show you right now. Look, 2 more examples. The same location, same place, exact same time. I tried zoom out, I tried to zoom in, nothing helps. It has something weird, maybe movement in shot, maybe problems with some computation, I don't know. It is 1/13th of a second, maybe this is the problem. Definitely some movement in shot, but whatever, this is not our problems, but Oppo's manufacturer. So very hard decision. I don't want to talk about Vivo, they just need to bring this sharpness control in the selfie camera. If I can remove half of this sharpness, maybe it would improve it drastically. But right now, I don't know. Maybe I want to give this to Honor. I don't know, please tell me what you think. I kinda almost never use selfie camera. I literally have 3 photos for 2 years. Time passes by. It has no mercy to anyone, in any place of our virtual game, on any level of existence. Where is my yours? New white hairs with each new day. So let's explore some nightography, some low light portraits, main lens, what we can see with white balance, kinda very nice job on Google Pixel in terms of colors and white balance. I love this image on Vivo. Oppo is going slightly into the magenta, but not drastically. Huawei tries to purify these yellow lights and makes it magenta in the background. Honor is kinda in the middle. Not too bright, not too dark. So best white balance will be on Vivo and Google Pixel. And also I want to say that this is big improvement in terms of image quality compared to other global devices, such as iPhone, Samsung S24 Ultra, especially Sony Xperia 1 Mark VI. Good job, Google. But if we zoom in further, we can see some limitations of this sensor, especially on this chin. Texture is kinda smudgy. I feel like Vivo is the best in terms of texture representation. Oppo is very nice too, but in these tricky parts it also has some small problems, but definitely not like on Google Pixel. Nothing huge, not a deal breaker at all. On other parts everything is alright. I find results on Huawei and Honor kinda rough also. So results on Google are kinda better than on Honor, and maybe better than on Huawei. Not in terms of these small details like eyebrows. Alright, we'll give slight edge on Huawei over the Google Pixel, but definitely I feel like Vivo is winner here in terms of small details, in overall balance, with these textures, very organic image. And now I'm using 2x digital crop from main sensor to match the field of view of Honor. Remember, it is using only 2.5x. Without any zooms, I feel like Vivo and Google a little bit closer to reality in terms of colors and white balance. Oppo has some slight shift in magenta, but nothing criminal, not like by much. Something is very wrong with Huawei. Why image is so pale and has this weird magenta shift in shadows? Honor is kinda nice, but has slightly artificial look. Let's dive in. So Google Pixel is reaching its limits, little bit more and image will fall apart. It is very hard to find any difference between Vivo and Oppo. Very nice natural image. I kinda don't like this Huawei. Something is very wrong with colors and contrast levels. And Honor looks kinda artificial. Not like I am totally against this look, but just want to point it out. And also, I love these eyes. Now let's use telephoto models on all of them. So, Huawei, what is wrong with these colors? We already saw this image on Honor, and Google is too overprocessed. Look at these sharpness levels. Very distracting and artificial image. In this regards, I feel like even Honor looks more natural than Google Pixel on this telephoto. And here, Oppo versus Vivo. Not an easy task. I will give the edge to Vivo. Look at these small hairs, at the eyelashes, highlights under the eye, and overall, skin is look more natural, more true to life. Oppo tries to smooth it a little bit, but still, a very nice performance. Definitely Vivo here. This part, small hairs on the nose, this is mirrorless camera level. Want to say the same on Oppo, image is just slightly softer. So let's now use telephoto lenses, but in these full body shots. This is very cool technique. I love to use it. It can bring your background closer to your model. giving this dramatic look, but the downside, you need to go a lot further away from your model. And Google is the worst here, maybe, I feel. A very overprocessed, oversharpened look looks very strange. Something is a little bit weird with the eye on Honor, and maybe I will give this to Vivo here. In terms of colors, contrast, overall very nicely balanced image. Especially I like the textures of this fabric. This very small metal part. Very defined textures. I love this. Telephoto lens is my favorite lens in smartphone. Next goes ultrawide, and only then main sensor. We can use it for full body shots, portraits, and for face only. Very versatile lens. Now let's zoom in head only portrait to see is there any drastic difference. And Huawei has this weird magenta on my face. I don't like this image. Not like it is completely unusable, I just simply love other more. And definitely I don't like this Google Pixel, too overprocessed, too oversharpened, with noise patterns visible on the texture of my skin and beard. We need to zoom in more on Vivo and Oppo, but right now looks like Vivo has more natural details. Yeah, to my eye Vivo looks more natural, with lots of details on hairs, texture of the skin. Oppo is very nice, but looks slightly more processed, more artificial. But of course, not to the same level as Google Pixel. Even Honor looks less artificial than Google. So my friends, this will be the last large comparison in low light. After that we will look at the video examples. Stay strong, we almost finished, and look at this. With more wide lens we can fit these two columns. I love ultrawide to be very wide, but whatever, let's zoom in. And I can't see massive difference, just slight difference in color, and they use different algorithms and computation. So alright, maybe only on Google Pixel I see some overexposure in these lights. It is kinda bad. Not the first time I see Google Pixel overexposing the image, especially on this ultrawide module. So definitely Google Pixel is overexposing a lot, without giving anything in return. So just pick your favorite. Nothing drastic, nothing major in terms of ultrawide. Main lens. This should be more interesting. I won't add mirrorless camera, ZV-10, because we will just deal with tons of noise and very soft image. Let's quickly look. As you can see we have overexposed lanterns, tons and tons of noise. And image overall is very soft. We need to add lots of post-processing noise reduction and maybe even AI upscaling. Very poor performance. For more than $1,300, with lens included of course. So, hard to tell. Maybe I see better textures on Vivo, but we need to zoom in more. I see some more patterns on Oppo. Maybe slightly better control of textures on Vivo, and contrast levels as well, but not like this difference is so drastic that we can give any conclusions. But definitely I see visible difference here. So, as you can see, we need to pixel peep a lot to get an idea what is going on, but I love overall contrast levels more on Vivo, especially it is visible on this part. With this metal, with this corner, it looks very three-dimensional. Can you spot it? How this metal part is separated from the background? Google is definitely the worst in terms of highlight performance. So please just pick your favorite. 24mm main lens is kinda boring in my opinion. Now, telephoto lenses. I cropped in a little bit on Honor just to match the field of view. Huawei has some loss in contrast, while Google Pixel has some loss in colors. Insane performance from Vivo, even without zooming in that much. Look at this cross on these gates, figures of these mans on this door, these ornaments on these columns. Very nice, pretty cool. Look how it is so well defined. I kinda see some hints on Huawei, on Oppo, but not to the same level. Just night and day difference. And this is the abyss in terms of image quality between them on these telephoto lenses. Not even close. Huawei tries on these ornaments also. But Vivo is just better. Better bricks texture, more defined text. Look at this entrance part. We can see these bricks. Huawei also tries, but we lose lots of information in terms of textures and small details. On this part, on these bricks, this bird is more well defined. This crown, small parts, feathers, a very strong telephoto lens. Now a little bit more extreme 10x zoom levels. What we can see here. Ooh, looks like Honor decided to spread its wings and show us all its magic. Alright, let's go, Honor. Pretty compelling results. Another 10x example to make sure that everything is going on exactly the same each time. I guess the same results. Vivo is just a lot more crisp, and these details are not distorted by any funkiness. Not even close. Even facial characteristics are preserved. Insane performance. Now this will be the last 10x example. After this we will look at a couple of more extreme zoom levels. Vivo is better. By the way, here I tried to use this macro trick, but it did not help me. This wire is very clear on Vivo. Google is trying, but small, outdated sensors are just handicapped. The results. Brick looks like a brick on Vivo. Now last section in this scenario, 30x zoom levels, maximum that we can go on Google. Huawei's optical image stabilization went crazy, was almost impossible to take a shot. Now I want to pay attention to these ornaments on the door, so we need to recognize human figures. It will be the best indicator. I can see the human person here with the nymph. This is human person, kinda hard to distinguish other parts, but on other phones it looks like abstract art, and Google Pixel is working on its limits. Image is very pixelated. Quick look at another example. Again, 30x. We are reaching the limits possible for these modern smartphones. Of course, this is a very extreme situation. More 30x zoom levels, without any more words, and wasting much time. Let's dive in. And I feel like Vivo does a lot better job than others. Facial characteristics are preserved on this eagle, and crown looks very distinctive, without any funkiness, like for example here. Here, Google Pixel. This metal wire, I see some hints of brick texture on the wall. This blue part is more well defined. I think that you will agree with me. Vivo. Let's quickly look at this example. What is going on with noise levels on Google Pixel? A very hard example. All smartphones are working on its limits. Maybe Huawei and Google Pixel are the worst here. On Honor and Vivo, we can see the texture of this cross. These two images are more well defined. Definitely Honor has lots of potential. I wish this smartphone was better in other categories. Last example in this location, 30x. So can we recognize these figures? This ball on the table looks like Oppo is playing the guesswork with its AI models. Maybe it is more recognizable on Vivo, I don't know. Very stressful situation for all these smartphones. Last quick section, it won't be too long. Extreme night mode with very dim lighting to push night mode on its limits. Ultrawide lens. I kinda see more textures on Vivo. Google Pixel is not bad as well. I kinda like results on Google Pixel in terms of colors. In reality, colors was like on Vivo. Very orange, exactly like this. But here, it removed this yellow light and made white balance neutral, giving you this vibrant colors. So this is just your personal preference. Main sensors. Now Honor is trying to remove this orange tint. Oppo and Google are green right now. We already saw this behavior. So I see more crisp textures on Vivo. On this part, on this corner of this bench, I can see text. It is more defined on Vivo, and I can even try to read these plate numbers 040267, maybe. Oppo is not bad either, but little bit softer. Just quickly let's look at 2x zooms, digital crop on main sensors. On Honor I'm using telephoto lens, Google Pixel is very green, again, Huawei is too magenta, and I feel like only Vivo managed to give us more true-to-life colors. You know, this plate number is more well-defined on Google Pixel, as well as this text. Unexpectedly. .358 on Vivo also, it is possible to read it. And the last example today, night mode in the pitch black conditions with almost no light at all. And as you can see, Vivo has insane night mode. It is not even close, not only in terms of colors, but brightness levels and textures. Small details, insane performance. And all this handheld. Also color separation is on another level. I can see this is green, this is blue, this is red, orange part. Just wow. Only can applause. Mind-blowing performance. So cool. So I think that we saw everything. Now let's sum it up and make some conclusions. Before we make any conclusions, let's quickly discuss white balance. This is maybe one of the most important parts for some people. Here we have all our phones, in all lighting conditions, Huawei, Honor, Vivo, Oppo, Pixel, during the day, during the evening, during the late night, and faces of people. And what I can tell, after using all these devices in various conditions, the most problems with white balance was with Huawei for some reason. As you can see, even during the daylight, we can see slight shifts, and especially it is noticeable during low light. We can see the difference in the foliage, and also at night. Sometimes difference can be very drastic. The second one will be Google Pixel. Look at this part. During daylight it is not so noticeable, but during the night, sometimes it can give you this weird stuff. So it is not very reliable in terms of white balance, but you won't notice it every time. As you can see, we have different colors of the face. On Honor, it was pretty reliable, to tell the truth. Yes, sometimes we have slight variations, but I feel it is nothing criminal. Especially during the daylight, you won't notice too much. On Oppo, everything is alright, but sometimes, especially in large zoom levels, we can see shift into the more cold blue tint. You can notice it in this shot. It is not so drastic, but if we add more extreme zoom levels, you can notice this blue tint. And also on Oppo, sometimes on the faces of people, it can give slight magenta shift, and during the day it can be a little bit green. Also I found that sometimes it wants to make your face a little bit more pale than in reality. Nothing criminal, nothing major, just my observations. It does not bother me in any meaningful way, so it is what it is, just want to mention it. And I found Vivo X100 Ultra the most reliable in terms of white balance. Of course, sometimes situations can happen on any smartphone. You are not 100% safe, but on Vivo I never had any meaningful problems. Maybe a couple of percents here and there, but nothing more. As you can see, in all situations, portraiture, night, even in these extreme situations with lights of cars, white balance stays almost the same. In the evening, during the daylight, no problem at all. So Vivo will be the first place, Oppo and Honor second place, Pixel the third place. We can already start to see visible differences in terms of white balance in the same situation, on the same place and in the same lighting conditions. And the most problems I had with Huawei, even during the daylight, and the most annoying was portraiture. Sometimes the face was too pale, with lots of magenta shifts, not very consistent results. So that's all. About white balance, I think that I have pointed out everything. Just pick your favorite, my friends. Also, we did not discuss fast-moving subjects and RAW photography. And the main reason, Honor Magic 6 Ultimate does not have any computational RAW, as well as Huawei, but Honor only has one main sensor on the RAW photography. You can't use ultrawide lens and you can't use telephoto lens for RAW photography. Please correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I'm looking at the wrong place, but this is big limitation. So fast-moving subjects and RAW photography will be in the next episode, when Vivo X200 Pro will come to me. It will be maybe next week. So, let's sum it up, make some conclusions. I want to tell you about all the strong points of these smartphones, what you can expect from them, and also their downsides. Let's start with Huawei. Very interesting device. It uses some cool tricks, interesting hardware, and the most powerful part here will be macro photography. Insanely close focus distance, 5 centimeters. You can see this is 10x, and I can film these mosquitoes this close. This is microscopic level. Honor Magic 6 Ultimate. Maybe it is not the most powerful device, but its main strong points will be very bright, vivid, saturated colors with lots of 3 dimension. Image is not flat. It has 3D pop, micro contrast, almost like image has stereoscopic effect. You can feel the depth, roughness of the textures. You get an idea. It's kinda really, truly magical. Vivo X100 Ultra. We will talk about it a little bit later. The most obvious will be extreme zoom levels at low light. This is 10x, and you can see all small details. These metal wires, metal nuts, small dots, and micro textures. Insane performance in terms of low light zoom. Also, it has almost full control of your photography in automatic mode. You can preserve HDR, highlights, shadows, and control your saturation slider, brightness slider, contrast slider, and most important part, sharpness slider. You can control your sharpness levels or remove it completely by setting it to -100. It will have drastic effect on your image. It has 3 very powerful color profiles, vivid, with 3-dimensional bright colorful image, textured, and one of the best size natural. Next one, Oppo Find X7 Ultra. This is one of the best devices in terms of portraiture. If you love to take photos of people, of faces, and you don't want to play around with sliders, with settings, everything is pre-customized for you. Even though almost in every situation I chose Vivo for portraits, but almost every time Oppo is on the same first place or second best. And in this particular situation, in these red lights at night, it was the only smartphone that made this photo possible, without any weird artifacts, with very organic and natural results. Pretty powerful device for portraits. One of the best. And now, Google Pixel. Poor Pixel. Even though this smartphone almost every time loose, it has tons of problems, not only with hardware, but also with software. Lots of noise, artifacts, pixelation, image is very overprocessed, oversaturated, oversharpened. But after testing all modern devices on global market, Samsung S24 Ultra, Sony Xperia 1 Mark VI, some little bit older iPhone models, I can say that maybe Google Pixel will be the best if you need smartphone right now and you just want to go into the store and buy one. For me, Google Pixel stands out among all other smartphones on global Android. And I want to talk a little bit more about Vivo X100 Ultra. I declared this device as best camera phone right now, in terms of photography and in some ways, even in terms of video. Of course, not in all aspects, but it is a very versatile device. You will get at least good results every time. These results will be very predictable and very consistent. And the only downside will be very fast-moving subjects in some rare occasions. I have talked about fast-moving subjects in my previous videos, you can take a look. It has some interpolation on its computation, but it is a topic for another video. So this smartphone is like a premium multi-tool. You can expect very nice results in all the aspects. Macro photography, 3D dimensional depth, contrast and colors, very nice portraits, and insane night photography, with ability to handle crazy zoom levels. So this is just my subjective opinion, my subjective choice, but Vivo X100 Ultra is my smartphone of choice in terms of overall photography. I have pointed out all the strong parts of these smartphones, now a little bit of downsides. Huawei has some problems with colors in low light, sometimes white balance is not very consistent. Honor Magic 6 Ultimate, I find that it does not have small details, textures if you want to zoom in on your photo. And for some people, its computation can be over the top in terms of saturation levels, contrast and so on. One may find results very unnatural. On Vivo, sometimes you can have overexposure in very bright highlights on vivid color profile. To mitigate it, you need to use this natural or just take it as it is, like I do. I know this limitation and it does not bother me in any shape or form. Oppo. I find colors very nice, but they are not very true to life. They give you very pleasing, almost film-like quality, and you can find it very attractive, but you have almost no ability to control it. You just get what you get. Also, as you saw, in some situations like this, for example, now it uses digital crop from 3x telephoto, and the selling point of this device that you can use dual telephoto lenses. Also, I find extreme night mode not very good. Image is just too dark, and sometimes it struggles with focus. Not only at night, but even during the day, and on video as well. Google Pixel. After watching this video, I think that you already know all its limitations, all its downsides. There are a lot, so this smartphone takes the last place in this photo battle. So my friends, please use your own eyes, your own mind, your own vision, try to listen to your soul, your spirit, and just pick what you like. You can get nice results with all these smartphones. Even with this Google Pixel.
Huawei. Euro 70 Ultra. This lens is pretty wide. We are testing Selfie right now. Hmm. 0.8 is more stable from what I can tell. Yeah, a lot more stable and still very wide. Honor Magic 6 Ultimate Edition selfie lens, and I see lack of dynamic range right now. Image is pretty tight. But from what I can see on the screen, it is pretty stable. What is the quality of those microphones? Vivo X100 Ultra selfie. My face is very red. What is going on? Vivo. Please fix those colors. Oppo Find X7 Ultra, selfie camera, what is the image quality? Vlog style video, lots of city noise, highway, car, headache. Selfie camera, Google Pixel 9 Pro XL. What a great name. Selfie camera, what is the image quality? I am near highway, lots of noisy cars passing by. iPhone 13 Pro selfie camera. Initially, when I bought 13 Pro, there was only iPhone 14. 15 was announced. Right now 16 Pro is on the way here. We will definitely compare this device against iPhone 16 Pro or maybe Pro Max. People claim iPhone to be the best in terms of video quality and stabilization. DJI Osmo Pocket 3. I decided to ditch the V10 from this comparison because it is too unpractical. Mirrorless camera is too heavy. You need a specialty wide lens for this type of shots. Stabilization is non-existent. You need to use post-production application called Catalyst Browse. It takes lots of time. For example, 1 hour block can take you anywhere from 40 minutes, 40 to 50 minutes, maybe 1 hour. Huawei Pura 70 Ultra and ultrawide lens. Vlogging style. How is the image quality? What is the stabilization, dynamic range, sound quality, very noisy highway. Can you still hear me despite these cars and lots of wind? Honor Magic 6 Ultimate Edition, ultra-wide lens. What is the stabilization? And image quality overall. How is the sound on this device? Is it doable? Do you like it? Vivo, can you vlog with ultra-wide lens? Oppo ultra-wide model, vlog style conditions, near very noisy highway with some occasional wind. Do you like this image quality, stabilization, dynamic range, quality of the microphones? How is this? My voice? Ambient sounds? Tell me in the comments, my friends. Google Pixel 9 Pro XL. This is ultra-wide lens in this vlog style test. Lots of noise from this freaking highway. I'm so tired of this constant headaches. But how is the stabilization? What is the dynamic range? Sound quality? Do you like it? iPhone 13 Pro ultra-wide lens. How is the stabilization? How is the image quality? Is my face yellow, brown and red right now? I find iPhone 13, 14 and 15 pretty much similar to each other. I will say almost identical, maybe besides telephoto lens. And now I am using ultra-wide lens adapter. These accessories you can buy separately from this device. It increases your field of view. It is pretty windy today. Huawei main sensor. Are we getting any quality increase? Maybe dynamic range? Maybe stabilization? Maybe both? And of course, sound quality. Honor Magic 6 Ultimate Edition, main sensor. Can we spot any quality increase? What is the dynamic range, stabilization, image quality in general, my skin tones, are they red? And of course, quality of onboard microphones in these very noisy conditions near the highway and with lots of wind. Just buy yourself small microphone with wind muff. Some call it dead cat. It will greatly reduce the wind noise on your videos. Main sensor in very noisy city conditions with highway road, Vivo. What is the sound of those microphones? Is it doable? How are those colors? Overprocessing, dynamic range, and of course stabilization. Oppo Find X7 Ultra main sensor. What is the quality? How is the sound? You know, I find Oppo device not very customizable, but it has pretty good settings out of the box. You do not have to tweak anything. But it kinda restrictive if you want to change some settings and parameters. Google Pixel, main sensor. Can we spot any quality increase? How is the noise rejection? A little bit of wind also today. How is the stabilization? Is it $1,300 performance? Please tell me in the comments. By the way, for 256 gigs of storage. Pretty insane. iPhone, main sensor. Can we spot any quality increase? Maybe stabilization is noticeably better. Maybe microphones are good, because usually Apple put nice quality speakers and microphones inside their devices. Of course, we will compare it against 16 Pro. Maybe this time we can see big improvements. Huawei Pura 70 Ultra. Here it's called aperture mode. You need to switch into the video and choose your depth of field. Fake bokeh effect. The same, only 1080p, only 24 frames per second. Some people love to use this mode. I find it kinda gimmicky. On the photo side also. Honor Magic 6 Ultimate Edition. It's called Movie Mode. It has fake blur. I can't use selfie camera, only main sensor. Only in 1080p. Only in 24 fps. Truly cinematic. But okay. Vivo portrait video with fake blur, selfie camera, my face is too red right now. I am using the most possible blur on all devices, so we can get the idea of the extremes. What is wrong with the color of my face? Vivo main sensor, fake depth of field, are there any artifacts on complicated areas like hairs, hands, and of course on this foliage? This is portrait video with fake depth of field. This is portrait video, selfie camera with fake blur. Can you see any weird artifacts? Oppo main sensor, fake blur, can you see any weird artifacts right now? Google Pixel 9 Pro XL, fake blur. Can we spot any artifacts? On the foliage? This is main sensor because there is no selfie blur for some reason. iPhone. Fake blur? What is wrong with the colors of my face? I am too brown, yellow and red. iPhone, what are you doing with my life? Can we notice any artifacts? iPhone 13 Pro, main sensor, fake depth of field. It's called cinematic video on the iPhone in the camera app, and we are hunting for the artifacts, weirdness, funkiness, especially on the leaves, foliage, grass. Ultrawide. Let's test some stabilization, maybe sound quality. 1x main sensor. Ultrawide lens. How is the stabilization? Main sensor 1x. Vivo Ultrawide module. Let's test stabilization and sound quality in these very noisy conditions. Main sensor. Very cloudy today. Oppo stabilization. Right now ultra-wide lens. Main sensor 1x. Let's quickly walk. 1x main sensor. Ultra-wide lens. What is the stabilization? Main sensor 1x. And of course stabilization is a lot better on DJI because it has physical gimbal, physical 3-axis stabilization. ultrawide, 1x, 4x, 10x, and 15x is the maximum that we can go. Ultrawide, ultrawide lens, 1x, 2.6x, and actually 10x is the maximum that we can go. Zero 0.5x, 2.6x, ultrawide, telephoto, ultrawide, 1x, telephoto, back and forth. Ultrawide lens, 1x, main sensor, 3.7x, 10x, and 20x is the maximum that we can go. It's too windy right now. 1x, 3.7x, ultrawide, telephoto, ultrawide, and main sensor. Oppo ultrawide lens, main sensor 1x, 6x second telephoto module, and 18x is maximum that we can go. Ultrawide, 6x, ultrawide, telephoto, 1x, zoom, back, and ultrawide. Ultrawide lens, 1x zoom, 5x zoom, 20x is the maximum that we can go. Ultrawide, ultrawide lens, main sensor, 3x, and 9x is maximum that we can go. And ultrawide, 1x, 3x, ultrawide, telephoto, ultrawide, telephoto, and so on. Huawei Euro 70 Ultra, front-facing camera, only 1080p, only 8-bit colors, 10-bit is not supported, and stabilization completely exits the chat. And you know, I turned off everything. I turned off sharpening completely, I turned off all corrections on this smartphone, but I still looks like everything is on. I look too red, colors are oversaturated, everything is over sharpened, like nothing is working here completely. I have to use pre-installed white balance presets. Check this out, what happens if I turn on automatic white balance. It completely messes the shot.
Wake up, my friend. The Matrix has you. You need to find me to exit this fake reality. Virtual game of so-called life.
Honor Magic 6 Ultimate Edition, third-party application. I'm using S-Log 3 10-bit colors. Exposure compensation is set to -1, but I feel like it is still very bright. From what I can tell by looking at the screen, we actually have good stabilization. I love this fact. And despite image being very bright, I don't see those highlights clipping that much. Maybe because we are having nice front-facing camera here. Very promising. By the way, lots of noise from this highway. This is very good contender to replace Oppo for my wife. Honor Magic 6 Ultimate Edition, third-party application, 10-bit S-Log and ultrawide lens. From what I can see on the screen, stabilization is very smooth. Let me -3 exposure compensation. Can we bring those shadows back? And now let me press main sensor. White balance is a little bit off. Let's press automatic white balance and everything is fixed. Let me bring exposure compensation a little bit up. -2 right now. Very smooth stabilization. I love this. Everything is set to automatic mode. Actually, let's bring exposure up, -1 EV. I'm not walking very accurate. I'm holding device with one hand, with 3 fingers, and the image is still very smooth. On the screen of the phone, of course. We need to check everything on the computer. Honor Magic 6 Ultimate Edition, ultrawide lens, third-party application. I will be very glad if stabilization is as smooth as on the smartphone screen, because 10-bit colors are working. I can film in S-Log 3 with Panasonic V-gamut colors and tweak everything in post for my liking. For example, I can make the foliage of the trees, of the grass, little bit emerald, maybe little bit yellow if I want to do this. Maybe desaturate it because of 10-bit colors. And with good stabilization, it will be very handy tool. Photos are photos, but sometimes you want to have good video also in your pocket. Honor Magic 6 Ultimate Edition. Right now we are using main sensor. In this third-party application. Some spoilers, but for some reason my wife loves this phone. Out of everything that was on the table, 9 different flagship phones, she wants this one for some reason. But of course, the final deciding factor will be after all the testing done, after the final video is released. So I won't make any statements right now. Vivo X100 Ultra, third-party application, front-facing camera, and stabilization does not work, which is a bummer. On situations like this, vlog style, stabilization is the first most important factor. I'm using -1 EV exposure compensations, so we can get some of these highlights. Vivo, third-party app, ultrawide lens, 10-bit colors, S-Log 3, but unfortunately no stabilization. This is not app's developer's fault. This always goes to the manufacturer of the smartphone. For Vivo it is BBK, for others it is Google, Samsung. Android has so-called camera API. It is like a translation layer between smartphone's hardware and Android software. So developers of the application can have root access to the hardware. So you can use, for example, colors, white balance of the phone. You can use 10-bit or 8-bit. You can use different telephoto modules, macro modules. If camera API denies the access, you can't use different modules of your phone. So it all depends on the manufacturer of the smartphone. It is what it is. Vivo, main sensor, third-party application, 10-bit, S-Log 3, Panasonic V-gamut colors, but unfortunately only optical stabilization. No digital, which is a bummer. Unfortunately for this vlogging style situation, stabilization is the top priority. You can definitely use it on a tripod. You can attach it on the table for top-down view. I filmed some unboxing with this smartphone. But I wish we have good stabilization. Some phones have full access for everything in this program. Ultrawide lens, Vivo, third-party application, no stabilization whatsoever. If we switch to the main sensor, we will have optical image stabilization, 10-bit colors, S-Log3, but without stabilization it does not really matter. Oppo Find X7 Ultra, third-party application, S-Log and 10-bit colors. Unfortunately, there is not much support for this phone in this application because of the restrictions of camera API. From what I can tell, stabilization is not working at all. Also, I have noticed that it is very overexposed. I am in -1 exposure compensation. I am in -3 exposure compensation. Not much to say here. Without any exposure compensation, unfortunately this app is not supported. Oppo, third-party application. We are in the ultrawide lens, stabilization non-existent. Let's switch to the main sensor. It looks a little bit better, but still no stabilization here. Unfortunately. Oppo, ultra-wide lens, vlogging style situation, lots of wind, lots of cars, no stabilization. The biggest problem with these Android phones is that it does not have good communication between hardware and software. We have lots of manufacturers. BBK Corporation has like, what, 5 different departments. Samsung, Google, everyone doing different things. And camera API can communicate with the hardware. So we lose some functionality in some phones. Oppo Find X7 Ultra, third-party application, now it is a main sensor. I forced the phone to go into the optical plus digital stabilization. I don't see that it is properly working. And I will prioritize good stabilization more than 10-bit colors. So let's see the results on the computer screen. Exposure compensation is set to -1. Google Pixel, front-facing camera, 10-bit colors, S-Log3. I'm using -1 exposure compensation. I want to see, can we bring those shadows back with highlights preserved. But from what I can see, this is very nice phone for this program. Everything is on automatic. We have stabilization, it actually works. and I feel audio is working too. If we remove exposure compensation, the face will be well lit, but we will lose those highlights, which is not a problem. Google Pixel, ultrawide lens. I set everything to 10-bit colors, but phone tells me that actually this codecs works only with 8-bit. So it is what it is, but we have stabilization, which is the top priority here. Exposure compensation is -1. I want to see shadow information. Actually, if we turn off exposure compensation, everything is all right. And now main sensor. Stabilization pretty smooth on my screen right now. We will see how it will behave on a large computer screen. Google Pixel, ultra-wide lens, third-party application. I forced it to 10-bit, but unfortunately only 8-bit. The great news that stabilization is very usable. It actually works. Exposure compensation to -1. I want to see shadow performance. Can we bring those shadows back? To preserve lots of highlights. Google Pixel 9 Pro XL. Main sensor. Third-party application. We are testing stabilization and support of 10-bit. Unfortunately, it only works with 8-bit colors, despite me trying to force it into the 10-bit. But it is what it is. Stabilization is more important for me in situations like this. Also, I have exposure compensation set to -1. Can we bring those shadows back a little bit?
Alright, my friends, YouTuber mode. Let's test all these devices in studio conditions. Can it replace your small camera in this automatic mode? It is kinda not an easy task to align them all together, so our field of view is not identical, but it is not a problem, I guess. What is the exposure? Does everything jump around? Everything becomes lighter and darker? Or is it manageable?
And now let's test audio. How is the quality of these onboard microphones? And now Huawei Pure 70 Ultra, can you hear me? Is everything alright? And now Honor Magic 6 Ultimate. Can you hear what I am saying? What is the noise of the room? For some reason files are corrupted on my computer. That's why I'm trying to recreate this scene. How is my audio? I'm talking to the Oppo Find X7 Ultra. Can you hear me? Is everything clear? It is pretty quiet. Maybe you can hear the fan of the light. And finally, Pixel 9 Pro XL, the most expensive phone among them all. This is the trend right now. The most expensive global phones usually perform first. Let's do it one more time. Audio test. I'm speaking directly into the smartphones. Can you hear my voice? Is everything alright? Let's do it one more time. Audio test. I'm speaking directly into the smartphones. Can you hear my voice? Is everything alright? Let's do it one more time. Can you hear my voice? Is everything clear? Let's do it one more time. Audio test. I'm speaking directly into the smartphones. Can you hear my voice? Is everything alright? Let's do it one more time. Audio test. I'm speaking directly into the smartphones. Can you hear my voice? Is everything alright? Now let's test main sensors. Can you see the quality increase right now? By the way, let's test exposure, maybe autofocus. Alright. Automatic mode on these phones are usually pretty bad. Exposure is jumping around, everything becomes too bright, too dark, not reliable at all. Can any of these phones handle this situation well? Also, let's now test external audio support. Can any of these phones accept USB Type-C microphone? Because none of them has audio jack. This is so stupid. Just please bring this audio jack back. This is ridiculous. We can't connect headphones, we can't connect microphones, we can't connect speakers. We need to use only Bluetooth, but not everything is working well with Bluetooth, so let's test. I will use this microphone and will connect it directly via USB Type-C. Huawei Pure 70 Ultra, now is your turn. Can you work with the external audio via USB Type-C? Shotgun microphone, I am speaking directly into it. Can you spot the difference? It should be drastic, like night and day, if it is working. Now I have connected this shotgun microphone directly into the Honor Magic 6 Ultimate. Can you see quality increase of the sound? Audio plays a bigger role than video quality. It should be top priority. People can watch you with bad quality video, but if audio quality sucks, then they probably will leave. Now I have connected shotgun microphone directly into the Vivo X100 Ultra. Can you see drastic quality increase in audio? By the way, I have noticed that Google Pixel died on battery. I connected it on the charger. Does the Vivo have support of the external audio via USB Type-C? And now I have connected shotgun microphone via USB Type-C into the Oppo Find X7 Ultra. Can you hear the difference in audio quality? Does it even working? Because you know, sometimes these built-in camera apps does not have support for external audio. Now this is audio quality test with the external shotgun microphones. I have connected it into the Google Pixel 9 Pro XL. What a beautiful short name. Can you spot the difference in the audio quality? Does it even working? Alright, my friends. It is not an easy task to align them. I don't see myself because this is main sensors. Selfie cameras are usually trash inside such devices. By the way, let's quickly test selfie cameras. Alright, my friends, now selfie cameras on all of these smartphones. It is already 5 o'clock in the morning. In the couple of hours I have a plane. I will fly to another country. But what we have here in terms of image quality, can you spot the difference between the smartphones? What is the microphones? Are they different this time when smartphones are facing me? Let's test it. Now Huawei Pure 70 Ultra. Does Huawei puts nice quality microphones inside their products? Inside Honor, sub-brand of the Huawei, Honor Magic 6 Ultimate Edition. What is the quality of the microphones? Vivo X100 Ultra. What is the quality on the onboard microphones? Oppo Find X7 Ultra. What is the audio quality of these microphones? And now quickly, audio test. What is the quality of the microphones? And now quickly, audio test. What is the quality of the microphones? And now quickly, audio test. What is the quality of the microphones? And now quickly, audio test. What is the quality of the microphones? And now quickly, audio test. What is the quality of the microphones? And now quickly, audio test. What is the quality of the microphones? And now whisper quiet test of the onboard microphones. Can you hear me? And now whisper quiet test of the onboard microphones. Can you hear me? And now whisper quiet test of the onboard microphones. Can you hear me? And now whisper quiet test of the onboard microphones. Can you hear me? And now whisper quiet test of the onboard microphones. Can you hear me? Oops. Alright. Let's finish this test. Please tell me in the comments, what do you like the most? Is it even doable? Because I don't understand modern smartphone manufacturers doing some kind of weird stuff with their computation. They put too much over-sharpening, they put too much over-saturation, and exposure is kinda wonky. It goes up, it goes down, not very smooth, not very pleasant, very distracting, and maybe even unusable. Alright, my friends, let's go next. Huawei Pura 70 Ultra, low light, selfie. We can press 0.8 and stabilization will be better. Honor Magic 6 Ultimate selfie camera, image looks not so nice on the screen. What about sound? Is it clear? Can you hear me? What about city rumble in the background? Vivo front camera at night, lots of city lights. Oppo Find X7 Ultra front facing camera, normal camera app at night. Pixel 9 Pro XL selfie camera, late evening. DJI Osmo Pocket 3 without ultrawide lens adapter. Huawei Pura 70 Ultra ultrawide lens, low light conditions. How is the image quality? Stabilization. Very interesting phone. But can performance match its design? You know, I totally forgot that day to make videos on Honor at night on the ultrawide lens and some other lenses, so I will try to recreate it here. It is very rainy right now, and I hope this water resistance is not just a marketing fluff. Also, I hope not to get struck by the freaking lightning bolt from the skies, by some UFOs. Today is very stormy, lots of huge waves on the sea. And what is the image quality on this Honor? I am very impressed by the performance of the third-party application. Not so much by automatic camera modes. I find built-in camera app trash in all modern smartphones and on iPhone as well, especially on iPhone. So it is what it is. Please tell me what is the quality. Do you like this smartphone? Vivo Ultrawide module. Ultrawide lens, Oppo Find X7 Ultra. Google Pixel Ultrawide module. Late night, lots of city lights. iPhone 13 Pro, just Pro, not Max. Pro Max is kinda big for my hand. First of all, because of the design of the sharp flat edges. But we are here for low light performance, stabilization, image quality in general. How is my voice for those audios? DJI Osmo Pocket 3 with ultra-wide lens adapter. Huawei main sensor, low light, how are those microphones doing right now? All right. Main lens, main sensor. I wish to stay alive, not to die today. Oh my. Three meters waves. Not a joke. Last year I lost my Xiaomi Mi 9 this way and it set me to the path of finding new phone, new replacement. Now I'm testing main lens. We have some city lanterns, some branches of the trees. I will try to recreate the same conditions. Don't be very strict. I tested 6 phones, 1 camera and DJI at the same time. Ooh. Vivo main sensor, normal camera app, but among all of them, Vivo has dedicated night mode for video. Let's test it. And here is night mode for video. Can you spot a difference? Is the image brighter right now? Oppo Find X7 Ultra, main sensor, Oppo, main sensor, normal camera app, at night, Google, Pixel, main sensor now. Can we see boost in the low light performance? iPhone 13 Pro, now it is main sensor. I find iPhone footage to be good overall, but those colors are very atrocious. They ruin everything. Skin looks brown, red and green. If they can fix colors, it would be nice. I know that, for example, on 15 Pro you can use log, but correct me if I'm wrong, you need to use ProRes, and ProRes files are enormous in size. Huawei Pura, Ultrawide module, main sensor, Honor, Magic 6 Ultimate, ultra-wide lens. Let's switch to main sensor. Image is instantly better. Vivo X100 Ultra, ultra-wide lens. Let's switch to the main sensor. But actually we can switch to the night mode. Bam! We have night video right now. Oppo Find X7 Ultra, ultra-wide lens. What is the stabilization? And what happens if we press 1? Main sensor. Everything is instantly looks better. I'm very interested to look at the results on the computer. Ultra wide. Main sensor. iPhone 13 Pro, ultrawide, and if I press 1, it just crops in. You need to stop recording to use main sensor. Of course, on this 13 Pro. I'm not talking about 14 and 15. And now this is main sensor. Looks a lot better. We'll check out 16 Pro when it comes out this week, maybe this month. Huawei P70 Ultra, ultra wide, main sensor, 4x zoom, main sensor, telephoto, back to normal, and ultrawide. Honor ultrawide lens 2.6, main sensor, ultrawide, main sensor, telephoto. Ultrawide. And this is normal video mode. This is night mode on video. You can zoom in 2 times. Ultrawide lens, main sensor, 5x zoom, one x telephoto, 1x ultrawide. Ultrawide, 1x, and actually I can choose anything, and for me it looks like it is just a crop from ultrawide. Yeah, now image is a lot brighter because it is main sensor. 3x, the same, looks like it is just a crop. Main sensor, and I can switch to the ultra wide. And the problem with Huawei phones on this third-party application that for some reason I turned everything off, but image is still overprocessed. It looks like 720p with lots of sharpening, noise reduction, saturation, and watch this. I'm in automatic rec 709 and with automatic white balance. See what happens if I choose manual white balance. Now I'm in manual white balance, and for some reason
We entered the matrix. Can we find the exit? Here is the question. Can you wake up?
Honor Magic 6 Ultimate Edition, lock, third-party application, everything on auto. Honor Ultrawide lens. What is those? Noise performance, stabilization, audio quality. We are using 32-bit float, by the way. We can fix those peaks very easily. Honor main sensor, third-party application. At night, lots of city lights. We are looking at the stabilization, noise performance, maybe even dynamic range, and of course sound quality. Honor Magic 6 Ultimate, ultra-wide lens, 10-bit, S-Log, 32-bit float audio, and check this out. Let's switch to the main sensor. What's wrong with white balance? Press automatic and everything is okay. And you actually need to do this for every lens module. Little bit annoyance, but it is what it is. I see that image actually looks nice. Not so much noise, and stabilization is very good. On the screen of the phone, of course. We will check everything on the computer screen. Vivo, third-party application, front-facing camera. I hope not to get mugged right now. Vivo, ultra-wide lens, third-party app. What is the difference? Vivo, main sensor. Oppo, front-facing camera, third-party application. Oppo, ultra-wide lens, third-party application. Oppo Find X7 Ultra, ultra-wide lens, nothing seems to work. We have 10-bit. We have 32-bit float audio, but stabilization just does not exist. Let's press 1. Alright, it is better, but still no stabilization, despite the fact that I turned it on. Pixel, third-party application, selfie camera. Despite me choosing 10-bit, it says that actually it is 8-bit footage. Automatic exposure. I love that every feature is working here. Google Pixel, ultra-wide lens, third-party application. I'm filming in log, automatic everything, No noise reduction, no post-processing, except applying the LUT. Google Pixel, main sensor. In third-party app I'm filming in log. How is the image quality in low light? Is it doable for vlogs? Pixel, third-party app. In log, this is ultrawide. Main sensor. Everything is automatic. Honor, Magic 6 Ultimate, selfie camera at night. I wish this performance of third-party application in 10-bit was built in into modern smartphones. It is just night and day difference between image quality. These default stock built-in camera apps are just atrocious for video. Stupid HDR, lots of over-sharpening, noise reduction when you don't need too much of it. Everything is just over the top.
After intense battle, Count Oppo was cornered by Vivo Skywalker. Not being able to focus and caught off guard, he was struck down. Senator Googlius ordered to kill him, and thus brought dark side in the young heart. It was path of the another, but dark hero, known under the name as Darth Ultras. The time of Huawei Council was ticking the last seconds before new self-proclaimed Emperor of Android Republic forced to execute the Order 67. What happened next? Find out in the new episode.